Good morning, Representative Weil. Would you like to do an audio and visual check?
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. We can hear and see you okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm muting now.
All righty. Good afternoon and welcome to a hybrid House Foreign Affairs Committee hearing. In accordance with the House rules and regulations, the host will mute all participants. Please keep yourself muted when not speaking. If you do not remember to mute yourself after speaking, the host will do so to limit background audio. A timer will monitor the time for this hearing. For submission of documents during this hearing, please email hvac.repository@mail.house.gov. As a reminder, members must have their video on to be recognized. With that, Chair Meeks, please count down from 5 and pause so the system recognizes your video, and we are ready to begin.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. And without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point, and all members will have 5 days to submit statements, extraneous material, and questions for the record, subject to the length limitations in the rules. To insert something into the record, please have your staff email the previously mentioned address or contact full committee staff. As a reminder to members, please keep your video function on at all times, even when you're not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves. Consistent with House rules, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. I see that we have a quorum, and I now recognize myself for opening remarks. Pursuant to notice, we meet today to assess the State Department's management operations and reforms. I would like to welcome Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources, the Honorable Brian McKeon, before us today. His first appearance before the Foreign Affairs Committee in his current role. Welcome. The State Department is a large and complex institution, and it faces numerous challenges. It is critical for us to work together and on a bipartisan basis to ensure state is an organization well-equipped to meet today's known and tomorrow's unknown foreign policy challenges. Deputy Secretary McKeon, you inherited a State Department weakened and demoralized by the prior Trump administration. However, simply not being the Trump administration will not undo the damage done over the past 4 years. The challenges before you are tremendous. State has long-standing organizational problems that predated but were exacerbated by the previous administration. And it is now your opportunity to make the department a more resilient, representative, and effective institution. Last week, Secretary Blinken announced several State Department modernization efforts, and I applaud the administration for taking these first steps. The Modernizing American Diplomacy effort includes several management and organizational reforms, including the announcements of a new bureau and a special envoy focuses respectively on cyber diplomacy and emerging technologies, something this committee has called for the State Department to do for years. The reforms also include a review of global health security efforts to ensure the resumption of U.S. leadership in this area, and new positions across the department to tackle climate change, boost multilateral diplomacy, and increase economic diplomacy. We have welcomed the work of senior leaders across the department, including the first ever Chief Diversity Inclusion Officer, Ambassador Gina Abercrombie Winstanley, to identify and implement durable solutions to the department's institutional challenges and ensure accountability. And we welcome the input of diverse voices across the State Department workforce, whose engagement will be necessary for any organizational change to be durable. Change will not be easy. Retention of state employees, particularly from those traditionally excluded backgrounds, remains stifled by an antiquated and inequitable system of promotions, assignment restrictions, which many in the workforce and Congress see as discriminatory, and limited opportunities for world-class training and workplace flexibility. Additionally, the Consular Affairs Bureau is more strained for bandwidth than ever, even as consular officers across the globe have undertaken significant efforts to facilitate travel of American citizens, lawful permanent residents, and foreign nationals to the United States during both the global pandemic and the end of a war. COVID-19's lingering impact on international travel has caused consular revenue shortfalls and created extensive processing backlogs for visa and passport applications that we must find ways to work through. Meanwhile, threats persist to U.S. personnel around the world, from so-called anonymous health incidents and lingering physical, emotional, and professional impacts on affected employees. Congress has expanded authorities to ensure the administration can get our people the care they need. But frankly, we need more engagement and better communication from the department to mitigate this threat. We also know the strain that recent events in Afghanistan have had on the morale of the department. For almost 20 years, State Department employees were at the forefront of this effort, and we recognize the sacrifice that many of our service members, diplomats, and development professionals made while serving in Kabul or in provincial reconstruction teams throughout the country. So we have welcomed the department's engagement with the Hill on the issue of evacuations and resettlement, but despite the administration's efforts to resume SIV processing when it came to office, thousands of special immigrant visa applicants remain confused about the next steps in the process. So I look forward to your updates on the department's efforts to process these individuals for possible U.S. entry and efforts to assist American citizens and other Afghanistans who still want to leave. I know you are engaged on these and many other management issues, and we'll discuss them all today. Congress stands ready to work with you to turn ambitious plans into concrete results. I now will turn and recognize Mr. McCall for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding today's hearing. And I also want to thank our witness for joining us here today. There are many pressing issues facing the department in this committee, including threats posed by Chinese Communist Party, Russia, Iran, Havana syndrome attacks, and important department reforms, just to name a few, and you have a lot on your plate. But today I'd really like to focus on President Biden's catastrophic failure in Afghanistan. In the spring, and against the advice of his top generals and the intelligence community, President Biden announced the withdrawal of our troops from Afghanistan. It led to an unconditional surrender to the Taliban. The withdrawal date was set for political and PR reasons, not based on the conditions on the ground. And soon after his announcement, I wrote an op-ed with President Obama's ambassador to Afghanistan, Ryan Crocker. In it, we outlined the steps the Biden administration needed to take to mitigate the fallout that was certain to happen with our withdrawal. Instead, the White House and the State Department spent months kicking the can down the road, doing little to adequately prepare for the withdrawal. As a result of the Biden administration's lack of preparation, we watched horrific scenes unfold as the Taliban quickly took over the country. A sea of humanity, desperately trying to make it through the airport gates that represented freedom. Mothers handing their children over the walls of HKIA to strangers, willingly giving them up in the hopes of saving their lives. 4 busloads of university women and girls who had visas and a plane ready to take them to Portugal being refused entry at the airport. And God knows what's happened to them today. Desperate Afghans clinging to airplanes as they took off, while the world watched in horror as some fell from the sky. And after the blast at the Abbey Gate, blood and bodies and hundreds of grieving families. Then, breaking yet another promise, President Biden abandoned hundreds of Americans, thousands of green card holders, tens of thousands of Afghans who fought side by side with our troops were still trapped behind enemy lines, those that we promised we would protect them. We betrayed them. This has been a stunning failure of leadership. It's been an abdication of the most basic duties of the United States government, to protect Americans and to leave no one behind. In the midst of this chaos, the State Department has been all but useless to those who are trying to escape. They fell down on the job. Thankfully, outside organizations, patriots as far as I'm concerned, stepped up to fill the vacuum. Primarily organized by veterans, groups like Pineapple, Argo, AWS, Dynamo, and Allied Airlift have saved thousands of lives, and they're continuing to save lives today. Yet the State Department leaders have provided little clarity on how they've been coordinating with these groups, which they have promised to do. Some light has been shed very recently, but per my conversations with various groups, the coordination has been and remains extremely inconsistent. And as a result, it was and still is taking far too long to rescue people who are trapped and at the mercy now of the Taliban. I and other members have sent numerous letters to the Secretary urging coordination, yet you've still not prioritized this. In the wake of this unmitigated disaster created by President Biden, reports coming out of Afghanistan are appalling. 85% of SIV applicants, heroes who risked their lives to help our special operators, were left behind enemy lines to be hunted down and slaughtered by the Taliban. Reports that little girls as young as 9 years old are being sold off to marry 55-year-old warlords just so their families can eat. People are being terrorized. They're being rounded up by the Taliban, threatened, and beaten. And all the while, we still can't get a straight answer from the State Department on how many Americans were abandoned and left behind, or how many are still there, desperately trying to flee the terrorists who now control their country. Mr. Deputy Secretary, enough is enough. We're tired of not getting full answers from the department. We're tired of finding out more information from the news and through official channels, and I'm personally tired of the stonewalling. We hope we have an opportunity, sir, today to get those answers from you, to try to restore the damage that's been done and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. And now I'll introduce our witness. Brian P. McKeon is the Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources at the United States Department of State. He previously served as the director of the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement and in several senior national security positions in the Obama-Biden administration at the White House and the Department of Defense. He also previously served for more than 20 years in that other chamber called the United States Senate. Without objection, Deputy Secretary McKeon's prepared testimony will be made part of the record. I'll now recognize Deputy Secretary McKeon for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member McCall, appreciate you having a Senate alumni over here in this chamber. I remember well a few conference committees back in the day, and Mr. Smith's been here long enough to remember some times across the table with Senator Biden. I have a lot of good memories working with staff of this committee under prior chairman. So thank you for having me here today. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I know there is significant support on this committee for the department's mission and its personnel, and I welcome this discussion of our authorization priorities and hope to build on the work that you have started. I first want to take a moment to recognize the department's remarkable public servants. It would be hard to overstate the unique challenges faced by a global workforce, especially during this pandemic. Their resilience embodies the truest spirit of public service. I also want to speak to the department's work since I assumed this position in March and address some of the issues that you outlined, Mr. Chairman. In May, the President submitted his budget for the fiscal year 2022. He requested a 10% increase for the department and USAID, which includes the largest personnel increase for the State Department in a decade. It's a budget that reflects the importance of investing in our people and our technology. We appreciate the support demonstrated in the Congress for these priorities to date in the appropriations process. President Biden has been clear from his first day in office about his commitment to put diplomacy at the center of our foreign policy. The President's first visit to a major cabinet department was to the State Department, an intentional signal of the importance he places on diplomacy. Last week, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Blinken publicly outlined the department's 5-pillar modernization agenda. First, building the department's capacity and expertise in areas critical to our national security, including cyber and emerging tech, climate, and global health. The Secretary is proposing to establish a new Bureau on Cybersecurity and Digital Policy and to create a position of Special Envoy for Critical and Emerging Technologies. We look forward to conversations with this committee as we go through the congressional notification process. Second, elevating new voices and fostering a climate of initiative and innovation. Third, we are determined to compete for talent and to build and retain a diverse, dynamic, and entrepreneurial workforce. Secretary appointed the department's first Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. We're also addressing pain points that make it challenging to serve, from family member employment to assignment restrictions and the challenges faced by LGBTQ+ and employees of color serving overseas. Fourth, we are working to modernize our technology, communications, and analytical capabilities. The fifth and final pillar focuses on our overseas engagement to ensure our diplomats can conduct the in-person diplomacy that is essential to advancing our foreign policy goals. Pursuant to National Security Memorandum 3, an initiative to revitalize our nation's foreign policy and national security workforce, we've already taken several steps to make systemic improvements in the way we recruit and retain employees. On recruitment, we've established a volunteer recruiter corps with 500 foreign and civil service employees who will assist our efforts to recruit a diverse workforce. We've also requested funds and authorization for a paid student internship, which will help diversify our recruitment pool. On retention, we've broadened access to childcare, are enhancing telework opportunities, expanded eligibility for the student loan repayment program, and reviewing our performance management systems. On advancing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, we launched the department's first DEIA Leadership Council, and as noted, appointed the first Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. We've also sought to advance diversity in our senior appointments. We've made some progress, but there's more work ahead. We've reduced the lengthy hiring timeline and made security clearance processing more efficient, but we need to do better. Our passport processing during the peak travel season was inadequate. We've surged resources in recent months that have measurably reduced waiting times. Finally, I want to thank the committee's members for their interest in ensuring that our diplomatic corps has the most qualified people and your support for them as you travel around the world. We've heard your concerns about the assignment restrictions process, and as Secretary Blinken announced last week, we've conducted a review of these restrictions. Following that review, we've lifted more than half of the assignment restrictions, opening up new possible assignments for hundreds of our personnel. We're also working to revise the appeals process for anyone who believes they've been assigned this restriction unfairly. With that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I just want to remind my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, that the guidance of the health attending physician is still in place. Yes, sir. That we wear our mask, and we see that everyone in the audience is in compliance, and what we do on the floor is in compliance. So I would ask all members to wear their mask pursuant to the guidance of the health attending physician. I now I want to thank you, Mr. McKeon, for your testimony. I now recognize members for 5 minutes each, and pursuant to House rules, all time yielded is for the purposes of questioning our witnesses. I will recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans. Please note that I will be strict in enforcing the 5-minute time limitation for questioning, and I'll start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. And Deputy Secretary, as I've said, we're glad to have you here and appreciate your staying to hear from all of our members. That's an important signal that you also value transparency and forthright dialogue and working together with us to make the State Department a stronger institution. So I thank you for agreeing to that. Let me start off first about assignments and some restrictions. I want to dig more deeply into the issue of geographic assignments, particularly restrictions placed on some employees by the Bureau of Diplomatic Security. And I've been concerned that over many years, too many of these restrictions have gone unchecked, furthered a culture of exclusion for racial and ethnic minorities, and stunted employees' career opportunities. These restrictions have also denied state the benefit of some employees' language and cultural experience. I applaud the administration's effort to begin to right these wrongs, including by overturning roughly half of these restrictions after an audit. But it underscores the original concern that the process itself to impose assignment restrictions lacks transparency and accountability, including to Congress, and has resulted in unnecessary constraints. So now that the audit is done, where do we go from here? What concrete plans do you have to revise the assignment restrictions process, and how do you intend to address the impact on officers who were wrongly restricted?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As I mentioned, after the audit we did earlier this year, we've been able to lift the restrictions on over half of the officers. It's actually closer to 60% than 50%. With those who still have restrictions in place, we're going to give them an opportunity to pursue a new appeal or present information that may lead to another review, and we're going to revise the appeals process. Right now, the appeals process is just within the Bureau of Diplomatic Security. We still need to negotiate this with the Foreign Service Union, so I can't get into the details here in public, but that will move forward. And we're still looking at what we do prospectively on whether we continue to have assignment restrictions for new employees. That's a decision that we're still studying. And I want to also recognize the fact that my predecessor, Steve Began, deputy under Secretary Pompeo, he started this work last year because he had some of the same concerns. And so we picked up the ball and continued it.
So, I know that these restrictions are not imposed by any other national security agencies. So why not just get rid of them altogether?
So that's the question we're wrestling with, Mr. Chairman, in terms of new entrants to the service. And the question that we are looking at is, as you say, other agencies don't do it, and what they, I believe, do, is our understanding, is if they see a profile of somebody who has some foreign background, foreign connection, family members in a foreign country, that may lead them to deny a clearance altogether. And so what the assignment restriction is really a mitigation that says Officer X cannot serve in country Y, where Diplomatic Security Bureau is concerned that they would face greater pressure from a government service. I'll leave it at that. So they're able to serve. Most people only have one restriction, maybe two at most, and so there's just one country where they're restricted from serving, but they may have talents and capabilities that we otherwise want in the department.
Let me jump on. I wanted to ask another question, but I'm seeing my time is running out quickly. I'm concerned, deeply concerned about the events unfolding in northern Ethiopia, and most recently around Addis Ababa. The civil war, of course, getting out of control. The rapidly deteriorating situation underscores, I think, the critical role that the State Department consular officers must play to assist Americans caught up in these emergencies overseas. And so we need to ensure that our diplomats in the field and our U.S. missions are kept safe. So let me ask, how is the department engaged on the current emergency? And are there commercial air routes out of the country still available? And let me just jump in. What are the contingency plans to help Americans get out of Addis Ababa and McKeon and other locations should commercial routes no longer be viable?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We share the concern about the upsurge in intercommunal violence in Ethiopia that's been going on for several months now. Our special envoy for the Horn of Africa, Jeff Feltman, is going to return to the region. He was out there recently in Sudan. He's going to Ethiopia later this week. And we have condemned the surge in violence both by the Ethiopian government and the Tigrayan forces. In terms of our embassy personnel and American citizens, so we recently updated our travel advisory for Ethiopia to level 4, which is most extreme, which advises American citizens not to travel to Ethiopia, and recommending that those citizens in Ethiopia consider departing now using commercial options. The commercial airport is still open in Addis, and we are tracking that closely. We have the ability to charter aircraft and bring them in if there's a significant demand for that. So the embassy is meeting regularly, and it's in the forum that's known as the Emergency Action Committee, assessing the conditions for both our personnel and the American community.
Thank you. And now I'll turn to Mr. McCall for his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the United States abides by the creed of no one left behind, and we left a lot behind, many. American citizens, lawful permanent residents, green card holders. Can you give us the numbers that the State Department currently has? Because these numbers seem to fluctuate every day.
Of Americans remaining in Afghanistan?
American citizens, and then lawful permanent residents.
So we don't track the latter, Mr. McCall. I don't have a number on green card holders. On American citizens, as of yesterday afternoon, we are in touch with 289 Americans in Afghanistan. As we talk to them, we ask them their status, whether they're interested in departing, if they're ready to depart in the near future, if they have sufficient travel documents like their passport. That number right now is of people who are ready to depart is 81.
Okay.
Over this past week, we've gotten about 100, 140 Americans.
We're in touch with a lot of these outside groups and getting our own intelligence, and you know, there are American citizens with blue passports trapped in Mazar-e-Sharif. I can't put this in the record because I can't reveal their identity. These girls and mothers, families, they're all in safe houses outside Mazar-e-Sharif, and they can't get out of the country. I sent a personal private letter to the secretary with these pictures. This is flight 002. They are trapped. They can't get out. I haven't received a response. This is through the Afghan Departure Group, funded through Allied Airlift 21. There are many of them. The only response I got is this is under State Department review. Are you aware of these cases?
Mr. McCall, we've been in contact with a lot of groups that are trying to facilitate charters out of Mazar, and we have facilitated several of them that have gone primarily to Al-Udeid in Qatar. If I could briefly just explain some of the issues that we've confronted with some of these charter efforts. First, the airline company that they're using has, shall we say, a spotty safety record and can't land in a lot of countries, so they seek to go to Qatar. If they go to Qatar with per our arrangement with the state of Qatar, they're coming into our system. So we're gonna own them in some respect. We don't have anyone on the ground who can validate the manifest and who's getting on the aircraft, and we've had some challenges with some of these planes. We've had stowaways. The air crew themselves wanted to stay in Qatar and not return to Afghanistan. Early on, I'll give you one example. We had a group with a manifest that had maybe 10 or 12 Americans and a couple hundred or so Afghans. We checked the passport records, and sure enough, 7 or 8 of the 10 were American citizens, but most of them were in the United States, not in Afghanistan.
So will you ensure me that you will take a look at this letter?
I certainly will.
And I have received no response.
When I get back this afternoon, we'll look for it, and I'll drill down and find out the circumstances.
And then the pictures, again, I can't put them in the record because for their safety, they were in safe houses being protected from the Taliban, but they're young women and children. And it's very sad, holding up the blue passports. I mean, they're all holding up their blue passports. I don't know why we can't get them out. These aren't even P1, P2s, right? And that's a whole nother, probably 100,000 at risk now in Afghanistan under the Taliban rule. And you don't have the count on the lawful permanent residents, so we have green card holders over there. We don't even know how many there are, and we can't get them out, either. Let me ask you this question, and we talk about these groups. My experience was before, when the gates started to close at the airport, State Department started to just pull out. And it was these private organizations, these patriots that stepped up to the plate, many of them active duty, veterans, and funded by private citizens. What are you doing today to coordinate with these groups to try to get out the families of people like these that are still trapped behind enemy lines in fear for their life every day from the threat of the Taliban.
So we have a unit now that we called CARE, Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts, led by former Ambassador Beth Jones, who I believe you've spoken with recently.
Yep.
And they are engaged with a consortium of veterans groups that are doing just that. And very recently, we worked with them on a flight that essentially they put together the manifest out of Kabul, and I believe we paid for the flight. I'll double check that. So we are partnering with veterans organizations in a more systemic
Could I
way.
just close by saying we should pay for the flight to get American citizens
Yeah, I'm
out? If the
almost
State
certain.
Department's not paying for this and private organizations are, what good is the State Department?
I'm almost certain that we are, but I'd never like to say anything without 100%
Well,
certainty.
I look forward to working with you.
I'll look for that letter and give you a ring later this week about it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Brad Sherman of California for 5 minutes.
Let me first respond to some comments from the ranking member. It's alleged that President Biden ignored some great plan on how to withdraw from Afghanistan. As Secretary Blinken said behind that desk, we inherited a deadline, not a plan. We're told that the generals had a plan. They did. A plan to stay in Afghanistan for an indeterminate number of years. That might turn out, in historians' view, to be good foreign policy, but not a policy that the American people were prepared to accept. And there are those who say that with great planning, we could somehow have had an orderly withdrawal. The fact is, those closest to us, the interpreters, the insiders, those with American friends, were on YouTube, etc., not asking for guns so that they could defend Kabul and fight the Taliban to a standstill and negotiate. They were desperately pleading for visas and flights out. And when those on the inside are fleeing in desperation, you get a stampede. And we in Saigon and we in Kabul did not see an orderly stampede. I've never seen an orderly stampede. I've never seen an administration be able to plan for an orderly stampede. No one had a plan for how to deal with this. We failed in the last 20 weeks, but we failed over a 20-year period. But there's one place where I think we could have done a better job, but the fault is with Congress as much as with the administration, and the ranking member brought up, and that was that we don't know how many Americans and green card holders are in Afghanistan today, or we didn't have good numbers. And the reason for that is we let people go into war zones without registering with the State Department. We ask them to, but we don't say you have to, because Americans demand that we get to do whatever we want, not tell the government what we're doing, and then the government has to save our rear ends if we get into trouble. That is inconsistent. We evacuated Lebanon in 2006. It wasn't very pleasant. And the GAO reported that it would have been much better if people had been required to register when they went to Lebanon, so we could have gotten them out. We saw the same thing happen in Kabul this year. Mr. Secretary, would it make sense? Would it have been easier if we had had a requirement that if people in Afghanistan would have told you they were there? And will you take a look also at the 2006 report on Lebanon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would have been helpful to know with greater precision how many Americans were there.
Thank
and where
you.
they
I'll
were.
commend to my colleagues the SAFE Act, which would require this.
But
Not if you're visiting Canada, but if you're visiting Lebanon.
Yeah.
I want to go on to another question. When you testified in the Senate, I believe you affirmed that the government of Israel would have to give affirmative consent before the U.S. Reopens a U.S. consulate to the Palestinians in Jerusalem. Can you confirm that the State Department needs the consent of the host government to open a diplomatic facility, and that applies to Jerusalem?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're working with the government of Israel. Practical reality is we would need privileges and immunities, which only the State of Israel can provide.
Finally, I want to focus on diversity. And I forget whether it's UPS or Federal Express or both, but the CEO drove a truck and worked, I think it was his way up. I've never heard a story like that of the State Department. Every time I meet somebody in a senior position, they either have a grad school degree from Harvard, or maybe there's some diversity. Some are from Princeton, some are from Yale.
I could introduce you to our nominee for the office.
But
for
I
Foreign
realize
Missions.
there are political appointees
No,
that
th-
don't fit that.
This is a career person who started as a GS3 in the department.
That's what I want to see more of. And there may be one exception that proves the rule that I'm talking about. You have two workforces at the State Department, a foreign service and a civil service. The civil service is considerably more diverse and includes people that started without a college degree at all. Have you examined how to have career ladders so that it's not just one case, but many cases where people can start even without a college degree, be part of a diverse workforce, and work their way up? And will you open jobs for the civil service, or will you continue to have all the best jobs for the foreign service?
So on the specialist side, I believe we're looking at, that is the Foreign Service specialist side, looking at positions where a college degree is not required. The specialists being the people who do our IT work.
It's not just the IT work.
No, I understand your point.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman and Secretary McKeon. Welcome back. Good to see you again. I wonder if you could tell us, if you would, how many Americans and how many Afghan allies have been arrested, beaten, abducted, or killed by the Taliban or ISIS-K since we left? Do we have that information? Secondly, when you mentioned a moment ago to our distinguished ranking member that the green card holders were not being tracked, could you tell us why that's not the case? Maybe it's very hard to do, or there might be some very plausible reason, but if you could tell us that. And third, in an October 21st congressional phone call with Ambassador Beth Jones, Ian Holman from Consular Affairs, Ambassador Virginia Palmer, Karen Decker from Kabul, Larry Bartlett from PRM, and other State Department representatives from South Central Asia and other bureaus, State expressed concern to congressional staff that some individuals on evacuation charter flights out of Mazar Airport in Afghanistan appear to be trafficking children as a result of poor vetting. Can you elaborate on the details of the suspected child trafficking? What led State to believe child trafficking may have occurred or is still occurring? Pardon me. And what did you do to intervene and address the issue either in Mazar or in the destination? And what have we done to expand efforts by UNICEF and other NGOs to identify, protect, reunite, and find permanent placements for these thousands of unaccompanied and separated Afghan children?
You've packed a lot into that question, Mr. Smith. Let me see if I can do it justice. As to people arrested or detained, I am aware that there was one American who was detained recently. I don't have the latest on that person's status. I will try to get that for you, and we'll get that information back to you. And then there's, of course, Mark Fryrix, the hostage from the United States, who it's uncertain where he is and who is detaining him, but he's either in Afghanistan or Pakistan. With regard to the allegations and reports that you heard about child trafficking on the flights in Mazar, that's one of the issues I was referring to in my conversation with Mr. McCall, is uncertainty and lack of clarity about the manifest and who is getting on the airplanes, because we don't have anybody in Mazar. We are working some charter flights out of the Kabul airport where we have agents from the airlines that we're working with validating who's getting on the airplanes. I'll have to get you more detail on what we have done about this. I have heard that anecdotally, that there were some concerns based on seeing who's on these flights, the possibility of trafficking. As to unaccompanied children, we've had several unaccompanied children at the transit points or the lily pads in the Middle East. Some of them have already been brought to the United States and given to the custody of HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement. There still remain some unaccompanied children in Qatar that we're working to find a solution for. We have been able to reunite some of them with some relatives.
Okay. If I could, in terms of information, and thank you, you'll be getting that information about the man that was arrested, how reliable are our means to gather that information? I mean, do we have real good eyes and ears to find out if Americans are being beaten as well as our allies. And on the LPR issue, isn't the operating assumption at state about 14,000 LPRs?
I'm sorry, I didn't answer that part of your question. We don't track LPRs. It's a good question why we don't. I think it's probably part of this part and parcel of the American citizen issue that we don't require people to report their whereabouts. But we've never taken on that obligation to keep a number of them. In terms of Afghan allies, that would be a pretty broad category, so I'm not sure I have any fidelity for you. Overall, in terms of our insight.
But are there, if you mind me interrupting, but are there instances that we know of where, for instance, translators and others might have been beaten or killed?
I've seen one or two reports. I'm not even sure there are translators. I think they were from another, they had worked for another foreign government. The insight that we have is we still have a unit from Embassy Kabul, people who served in Kabul near the end, who are in Doha, and we're going to set up a formal unit there. We're planning to, and they still have contacts that they're in communication with by phone or by email, and they're sending reporting cables, but it's not what it was, obviously.
How aggressive are we in trying to determine whether or not Americans are being maltreated?
Well, any report that we get of that, we would certainly engage the Taliban directly in Doha through this unit we have.
But it is a very high priority to determine their fate.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Karen Bass of California, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witness today. I wanted to specifically ask about personnel management. I was happy to see that Secretary Blinken appointed Ambassador Gina Abercrombie Winstanley to serve as the State Department's first Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. I do believe that this shows a commitment to advancing diversity and inclusion across the State Department and to developing an institutional response to the alarming statistics reported by the GAO in 2020 that include an overall decline in proportion of African Americans, lower proportion of racial and ethnic minorities in specific positions, especially higher ranked positions, and all ranks in the Foreign Service, reflecting uneven promotion rates, particularly at the highest levels of the department, and a slight decrease in the proportion of women in the workforce. Unfortunately, these findings are reinforced by anecdotal accounts, such as an African-American diplomat being mistaken for a parking lot attendant by a white colleague, a young Latina in tears after an older white diplomat called her too vibrant, or how Asian-American diplomats say it's harder for them to get security clearance than their non-Asian peers. For these reasons, a bill I've been working on, HR 1096, the Represent America Abroad Act, as complementary to the work the administration is doing to diversify and include minorities in all spaces. The bill seeks to establish a mid-career Foreign Service entry program to increase diversity in the Foreign Service by recruiting mid-career professionals from underrepresented groups. So I wanted to ask you if you can describe where and how the additional SES civil service positions will support the department's work, and do you anticipate any of these positions being filled by African Americans, Latinos, Asians, and women?
Congresswoman Bass, we recently got approval from the Office of Personnel Management for additional SES positions, first time in several years, but they have not been allocated yet to particular bureaus. And certainly people who are qualified to compete across the department for these SES positions, it will be open to everyone who's eligible to move into the SES ranks.
Well, we would certainly only look for qualified people, and I guess I was just wondering if you will do any specific outreach. I understand positions are always open to everyone. The question is, will there be specific outreach to underrepresented groups?
I'll have to get back to you with a more precise answer. I certainly hope that we would do so, but I don't know how our Human Resources Bureau would do that within our civil service. I'm sorry, I don't have that level of detail on how we do that kind of outreach.
I would appreciate it if you would get back to me in writing. And then when the position, did you say the positions have already opened up, or?
I don't think we've put them up for application yet. No, I think we just got the word from OPM in the last couple of weeks.
Okay, so I would ask a couple of things. One, if you could get back to us about your outreach, but two, I would also like to offer to help with the outreach.
Yeah,
So, you know, within Congress, we have the Congressional Black Caucus, we have the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, the Asian Pacific Islander Caucus, Native Americans. And I think if you let us know when these positions open, I don't want to just lay it at your doorstep, but say that we would be willing to assist in the recruitment as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Within the department, we have employee affinity groups, many of which are from underrepresented communities, and we would certainly alert them to the opening of these positions.
Okay, as well as us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the forthcoming DEI strategy from the department that's supposed to come in the coming months?
Ambassador Abercrombie Winstanley is working on the strategic plan, and she's pretty close to finish. I think it's finishing. It's in clearance within the building. We've recently gotten indications from either OMB or OPM that they want to issue executive branch-wide guidance on these kind of plans. So we will issue this one as a preliminary and adjust it accordingly based on whatever guidance we get from the White House. But I think this preliminary plan will be out in the next month or so.
Okay, I also want to know if you will include strategies for retention and promotion, because one of the things that the GA study did report is that when you do get folks in, they don't stay because of the environment. And I just wanted to know, will you guys have specific retention strategies?
That certainly is part of this work. It's critical. It's not just retention and promotion, but we still have to look at recruitment, because our recruitment pipeline is not always as diverse as it should be.
Well,
Gentle lady's
exactly.
time has expired.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I now recognize Representative Steve Shabbat of Ohio, who's the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and the Nonproliferation for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Secretary McKeon, would you agree that the principal reason that we went into Afghanistan in the first place is because we had been attacked on September 11th, and we wanted to make sure that there wasn't a safe haven for terrorists in Afghanistan where we could be threatened or attacked here on our homeland? Would you agree with that?
I would agree that we went into Afghanistan because of the attacks on 9/11, and we were going after al-Qaeda, which was the source of those attacks.
Do you disagree with the part that we didn't want to have we didn't want a safe haven there where we could be attacked in the future?
I do agree with that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Because obviously we know now that thanks to the Biden administration's poor planning and chaotic pullout that we have exactly that, a safe haven for terrorists. And unfortunately, they've got $85 billion worth of our equipment, and the concern is that we could now be attacked on our homeland or elsewhere, as could our allies. Now, the American people have heard from the President and from Secretary Blinken that they're going to keep a lid on the situation over there, and this is going to be done through over-the-horizon capabilities that are supposed to allow us to strike ISIS if need be, or al-Qaeda or whomever if necessary. But you need a couple of things in order for over-the-horizon effectiveness to be there. First, you need bases for drones, and the closest basis, to my knowledge, is Qatar, and we have to fly over Pakistan in order to get Afghanistan from there, so that obviously raises issues, as Pakistan hasn't always been the most cooperative entity when it comes to combating terrorism. You also need to have good intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or they call it ISR capabilities. So what I'd like to know is, why did the State Department fail to negotiate any third country agreements to support such ISR capabilities and basing rights for our counterterrorism operations before we pulled out?
Well, Mr. Chabot, as you indicated, we're flying some ISR now, and that is pursuant to work that the State Department and the Defense Department have done with partner nations. We're still having conversations with some other countries in the region, but the ISR flights have not stopped.
Wouldn't it have made sense to have those conversations prior to pulling out, to actually have agreements, if at all possible, rather than to be in conversations about it now? I mean, shouldn't that have been something that we dealt with prior to pulling out?
We've been working on it all spring and summer, and then obviously we do have some agreements because we have some activity.
All right, let me ask you this. In your planning for the withdrawal, was it a higher priority for the State Department to make sure that the withdrawal was done by August 31st, had to be August 31st, or would it have been a higher priority to make sure that we did have viable counterterrorism capacities in place?
Well, it was the whole of government working on the withdrawal and the plan pursuant to the Doha Agreement and the President's decision, and we were working coincident on all these things over the course of the year.
All right, let me ask you this, Mr. Deputy Secretary. The U.S. Embassy in Kabul was supposed to provide some intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR, capabilities. Correct? That was supposed to be some from that facility. That was part of the plan, was we'd have capabilities at the embassy?
Mr. Chabot, we're straying into probably classified information in terms of
Okay,
what sort of things we do from embassies. So.
Okay, we'll stop that part right there. But let me ask you this. But the Biden administration plan for whatever we were going to do is that we would be in the embassy. What plan did the administration have in place for ISR capability if the embassy was abandoned, as it turned out to be, almost immediately? And I guess along with that was, I remember a statement from the president that, we weren't going to see helicopters evacuating people over the embassy and all of that, like some of us had seen, because we were old enough to have been around then in Vietnam. So but getting back, what about, what part of the plan was abandoning the embassy altogether when it came to security?
Well, Mr. Chabot, leaving the embassy was necessitated by the Taliban coming into Kabul and assessing that would be a risk for us to stay at the embassy. That's why we moved everyone from the embassy out to the airport in about 48 hours in the middle of August. But we stayed in the embassy until the Taliban came to Kabul.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ami Bera of California, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Assistant Secretary, for your work here. I want to ask a question about workforce attrition. We saw under the last administration between 2017 and 2019 that the department had about a 3% net reduction of its combined civil and foreign service workforces. And the civil service actually accounted for most of this reduction with the 6% net loss. And compare that to the rest of government, which was about a 2% attrition. I do have some concerns about what we're doing to halt that attrition, but then also what we're doing to attract additional folks. In addition, I do have some worry that when we think about the senior foreign service, we've lost about 14 career ministers, 94 minister counselors, and 68 counselors. And within 10 years, nearly all the current senior foreign service representatives and 80% of the agency's senior executive service will be eligible to retire. Could you outline a little bit about the department's strategy to recruit the next generation of foreign service officers, but also some of those mid-career folks who would be stepping into the senior folks that we may have lost if there's a strategy to bring those folks back into the Foreign Service?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Barra. I don't have the attrition numbers with me, but I have looked at them recently, and I was surprised to learn they're generally consistent with past history within the department. We did lose a lot of talent in the senior foreign service of people who had deep background in certain issues over the last 4 years. But I think some of the retirements that have occurred were sort of the natural attrition. I think overall in the federal workforce, the fact that there's a significant number of people eligible to retire in the next decade is not unique to the State Department. Our own workforce, about half has been in the department fewer than 10 years, so it is a young workforce. On the issue of retention, that is one of the things we are very focused on because we hear anecdotally, and we've seen in surveys that a significant number of people are thinking about leaving the department. So that's a canary in the coal mine for us, and we're trying to address a range of issues that make it harder to serve than it should be, from eligible family member employment to ensuring that security clearances are done more quickly, just some of the basic benefits that people get overseas or here in the department, as I mentioned in my statement, expanding eligibility for the student loan program, a child care subsidy, things like that. In terms of recruitment, we've had a downturn in the number of people taking the Foreign Service exam. I don't know if that's solely because of the pandemic or loss of interest in public service. So we really need to take a hard look at our recruiting strategies to encourage more people to apply to work in the State Department.
Well, and let me play off of that. And I should have opened by saying, I really do applaud this service of the men and women that are representing the United States abroad in our foreign service through USAID, both the civil servants and others. And they often are the best face of our diplomacy. So I thank them for their service. On the recruitment side, what are some strategies in terms of, getting out to colleges and really trying to figure out that answer as to what the drop-off has been, and how we start training that next generation of diplomats?
So we have a diplomat in residence program, which is a senior officer who's assigned to a university for a year. Many of them are at historically black colleges or colleges that serve underserved communities. We have a volunteer recruitment program from within the department, as I mentioned in my opening statement, both foreign and civil service. Many people from diverse backgrounds who have signed up to be volunteer recruiters go back to their universities, go to their hometowns, go to career fairs, and relate to younger people, because many of them will be younger officers. But the Secretary has directed that all the senior officials spend some time traveling in the United States as well as overseas. So we hope that we will also be paying some attention to this.
Great. And certainly I'd be happy to work with you to think about strategies on how we can recruit and train that next generation. Thank you. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I believe that the surrender to the terrorists in Afghanistan by Biden is the most dangerous and deadly security mistake in American history. It allowed for the terrorists to make Afghanistan, again, a safe haven for terrorists as they murdered 13 Marines. Additionally, with the southern border open, we now have an unknown number of persons who are murderers who are of the terrorist watch list, and they're coming across, and they're not being stopped. This is just an inconceivable situation that's developed. And then I also very much appreciate that our military for 20 years did keep us safe. And I particularly appreciate the Afghan army. The president has said they didn't fight. Yes, they did. 60,000 Afghans died trying to stop the Taliban from coming back to power. And Mr. Biden abandoned them, and the State Department abandoned them. I particularly take it seriously and personally because my National Guard unit, the 218th Mechanized Infantry Brigade, served for a year in Afghanistan with General Bob Livingston. And they really appreciated working with their Afghan brothers. And then I was grateful that my youngest son was First Lieutenant Hunter Wilson, was an engineer in Afghanistan. I know the good work that was done there and how these people were left behind. Speaking of people left behind, how many persons at the embassy are still, who worked at the embassy are still left in Afghanistan? Are they still being compensated? And what are the plans to recover them?
Mr. Wilson, I appreciate your remarks about the service of the South Carolina Guard and others. My last job in government was in DoD, and I know the Afghan forces did a lot of the fighting and dying in the last several years, but it's a fact that they were not as strong as we perhaps estimated. In terms of people who work for the United States Embassy who are Afghan nationals, we got most of our locally engaged staff out in the evacuation, many of them in the last week. I was down at Fort Pickett last week and met with about 30 of them who are there. We are still paying them salaries at the present time and trying to accelerate them getting work authorization, and some of them are even acting as translators on the basis.
And I would like to point out that the reason the Afghans weren't able to fight is because Mr. Biden, Ms. Harris, on April the 14th had a meeting that withdrew the air cover, withdrew the logistics, withdrew intelligence being provided after we had trained them to fight with air cover. Additionally, last week you testified before the Senate that it would require the consent of a host government for there to be the opening of a diplomatic facility. And that would cover what's being proposed to open a U.S. consulate to the Palestinians in Jerusalem. Yes or no? Is the action now going to require the consent of the government of Israel, State of Israel? And also, does this recognize that those government is in Jerusalem? Yes or no?
As I said to Mr. Sherman, we are asking and talking to the State of Israel about reopening the consulate in Jerusalem. It's a fact they need to provide us privileges and immunities. We wouldn't send diplomats and assign them to a mission without those.
And so yes or no, are we awaiting the consent by the government of the State of Israel?
Well, we're talking to the State of Israel about this. We don't have an answer yet, so. And we have not opened the consulate.
And so it would be their decision as to whether such a consulate would be open.
Correct.
And I really believe, sadly, that the Biden-Harris State Department is a hostage to the far left of anti-Semites who defame Israel and seek to deny the Iron Dome defensive system, of all things, to stop the Iranian rockets from Hamas in Gaza, from Hezbollah in Lebanon. And I believe that, sadly, this administration is being held hostage and cannot act truly on behalf of the people of the United States or our dear allies, such as Israel. And with that, truly, Mr. Secretary, I believe that with the failures that have come about, putting American families at risk, putting all of our allies at risk, that you should resign. I yield back.
Mr. Wilson, I would say the President of the United States, for whom I worked in the Senate and the White House for over 20 years, is as strong a supporter of the State of Israel as I've seen in this city. The Secretary of State, who is of the Jewish faith, would probably take exception to what you said, that there are anti-Semites throughout the State Department. So.
Well, I was grateful to travel, Mr. Biden, and I have a lot of respect.
Gentleman's time has now expired. I now recognize Representative Susan Weil of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes. Representative Susan Weil of Pennsylvania. I now recognize Representative Tom Malinowski of New Jersey for 5 minutes, who is the Vice Chair of the full committee. Mr. Tom Malinowski. I now recognize Representative Kathy Manning of North Carolina, the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me, and thank you, Deputy Secretary McKeon, for your service and for appearing before the committee today. I want to pick up on a comment that was just made by Mr. Wilson. I am grateful for President Biden and Secretary Blinken's strong commitment to combat anti-Semitism and all forms of hate and intolerance. We are aware that there has been an alarming rise in anti-Semitic incidents across the U.S., around the globe. And in fact, in July, a swastika was found at the State Department. So I'd be grateful if you could share some of the actions that you and other leaders at the department have taken to reassure employees and personnel in this very troubling climate.
Congresswoman, when the swastika was discovered in the elevator in the department, we asked the Diplomatic Security Bureau to try to investigate to see if they could identify the perpetrator, which they were not able to do. The Secretary promptly issued a notice, a message to the workforce condemning this, condemning anti-Semitism, saying that this hate has no place in the department. I should have said also, in response to Mr. Wilson, just a couple of weeks ago, I represented the department at a conference hosted by the government of Sweden on anti-Semitism and Holocaust remembrance, and we made several pledges on behalf of the United States to work on these issues.
I hope the Secretary and the department will do everything possible to combat anti-Semitism, because the rise of incidents across the country and around the world are really alarming. I want to move on to passports. In July, the House passed my amendment to the State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill aimed at the backlog in passport renewals and applications. And since then, there has been an improvement in processing time. It's down from a high of 18 weeks now apparently to about 11 weeks. Can you talk to us about what additional measures Consular Affairs is taking to ensure our constituents can get their passports renewed in a timely manner?
Yes, thank you for your work on this. I know, as I said in my opening statement, we didn't hit the mark on passport processing during the peak summer travel season. Some of that was due to the COVID restrictions and not having people on site, and most of the passport work has to be done on site. So during the summer, we surged resources, authorized a lot more overtime, brought many people back into the workplace, told managers to spend some time adjudicating passports, and as you indicated, we've worked down the wait times and the backlog as well. So we're focused on continuing to try to get that backlog down to a level that's in line with historic patterns.
What would that level be?
That I don't know the answer. The backlog was 2 million a couple months ago. It's now 1.3 million. I'll have to get you that for the record, ma'am.
I'd like to know, and my constituents would like to know, what would be considered a normal wait to get a passport under normal circumstances? So if you could get us that information, we'd appreciate it.
I will, recognizing that some of the wait time is out of our control and is in the control of the U.S. Postal Service.
Okay, we'll be happy to talk to Mr. DeJoy about that one. I want to move on to supply chains. Can you tell us, what is the State Department's role in monitoring global supply chains or working with allies and partner nations to conduct supply chain assessments and assuring the free flow of goods? And are there State Department personnel and resources in place that are devoted to working on this critical area?
Well, within any U.S. embassy of any size, there would be an economic reporting officer who would track supply chain challenges. And within the department, we have an undersecretary for economic affairs and energy affairs. And he is working very closely with the rest of our government on supply chain issues. It's the topic of a meeting the president just had on the margins of COP26 with some of our close allies, or perhaps it was the G20. I think it was both. He's been very focused on strengthening, addressing the supply chain challenges.
Okay, one last question. A recent Harvard Law Review study found significant gaps in the State Department's required reporting of executive agreements to Congress. The authors wrote that many of the problems we've identified appear to result from the State Department's lack of sufficient resources dedicated to recording, reporting, and publishing executive agreements. Several former State Department officials mentioned insufficient money, personnel, and technology to address these issues. Can you comment on this?
This has been an age-old problem for the department. Sometimes it's been an issue of other government departments not providing information to the State Department about international agreements they have negotiated. But as I'm familiar with this issue from a prior job, it's the Chief Counsel to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I will have to get you more for the record on the current situation. I was not familiar with the study you cited.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
I now recognize Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, can you tell us what the involvement was with the Taliban and our agreement to evacuate our citizens from Kabul as opposed to Bagram Air Base?
The decision to close Bagram was made by the U.S. military.
Was the Taliban involved at all?
No.
They were not. So that happened at the insistence, as I understand it, of the Department of State and Ambassador Khalilzad over the objections of General Miller. Can you tell me who if that's true?
I'm unaware that that's true.
You're unaware. So it
heard-
could be true, you just don't know it's true.
Well, my understanding from hearing the Vice Chairman, General Hyten, talk about this was a military decision.
And State Department wasn't involved at all?
Not to my knowledge. I certainly was not involved in any decisions.
Okay, you're the Secretary for Management and Resources, so I think if anybody would know, you would know, right?
It's a big department. If Ambassador Khalilzad tried to push a different view, I'm not aware of it.
All right, when we left Bagram in the middle of the night, we didn't inform our Afghan partners, but it sure seems like we informed the Taliban. Why would we have done that?
I don't know that we would have.
The Taliban were there in the morning when our partners showed up and we weren't. How would they know if we didn't tell them?
I don't have a lot of detail on this. My understanding of what I read at the time was that we did tell the Afghan military that we were departing.
That you read this at the time? Or,
Yes, correct.
who told, where'd you read that?
I don't recall if I read it in a memo or in the media. It wasn't a decision I was involved in, as I said.
Was the State Department involved at all in that decision?
No.
Not at all. That's your...
No, I mean, we, in the spring, as the withdrawal was moving, I think a little more quickly than we expected, the rest of the government talked to the DOD and asked for more information on the timeline, but it was not our decision to close Bagram.
Okay. Now, since the decision was made, you're aware that extremely sensitive biometric equipment, sensitive optics, night vision goggles, all that stuff was left behind. Whose decision was that? The State Department was running the opt at that point to get out of Afghanistan, right?
Well, this would be equipment that was transferred in the first instance by the Department of Defense to the Afghan security forces.
And it was, but it was, a lot of that was stationed or located on American facilities. We left it behind. We left it behind.
Well, we DOD transferred it to the Afghan forces at the various bases the Afghans had.
Was there ever any consideration to move that to pre-positioned locations where, like Oman, where we have agreements for 20 years to move that kind of stuff so it doesn't fall into the hands of the enemy? Was that decision ever discussed at State Department or otherwise?
Well, Mr. Perry, we were still trying to support the Afghan forces as they were confronting the Taliban.
So who made the decision, if that's true? You know, it's,
So
we watched on July 8th the president did a press conference where he assured the American people that the Afghan security forces were going to be capable to secure the withdrawal, and secure their government. But at the very same time, or there shortly in the same proximity at that time, it was American forces that destroyed ammo supplies, especially in the Panjshir Valley. Was the president aware of that when he was making that, when he was at that press conference?
I don't work in the White House, sir. I don't know what the president's briefed on every day. I expect that the decision to destroy some ammunition.
Were you aware of it?
The destruction of the ammunition?
Yes, by American forces.
No, I was.
When were you made aware of it?
When you told me just now.
You had no idea till, how is that I can know and you don't know? You're the Secretary for Management and Resources. Ammunition's a resource, right, provided by the American taxpayer to our allies, which we destroyed. The same equipment and ammunition that they would rely on to safeguard our withdrawal and their own government, and you're not aware of it till now?
Sir, it's a DOD resource. It's not something that the State Department paid for or managed or controlled.
But you're involved. I mean, the State Department ran the exit from Afghanistan, right?
Well, the DOD was alongside with us as they were withdrawing, and we still had U.S. military forces.
Okay, so for the State Department's part, what about the burn-down procedure? Was there a formal burn-down procedure, or did we leave everything behind because we wanted to? Were there not grinders at the skiffs? Why did we leave all this stuff behind?
I only know what we did at the embassy, which is we destroyed the sensitive
You
equipment.
only know what we did at the embassy, not anywhere else.
I know. I also know that when the military left the Kabul airport on the last day, they destroyed a lot of equipment at the airport.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman's time has expired.
I'd like to enter for the record these photographs of killed allies of the American government. You can see them here. I've got a number of photographs. These are crimes done by the cordial and professional, as described by the administration Taliban regime.
Without objection. I now recognize Representative Joaquin Castro of Texas, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Social Impact for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Secretary, for your testimony today. And I just want to follow up with the last comments by saying that the State Department and the administration have attempted to brief us weekly on Afghanistan, have attempted to be transparent about what transpired, about the process, and so forth. We appreciate that, even though obviously people have issues with how things went down. And as Secretary Blinken, I believe, said, that the Biden administration inherited a timeline. They didn't inherit a plan from the Trump administration. The Trump administration came to an agreement and then did little to see it through, to make sure that that plan was successful. And yet, there were 20 years of a messy war, and still some people expect the withdrawal to be picture perfect, even though the preceding 4 years were some of the messiest around. With that, let me get to my questions for today. When the United States advances LGBTQ+ rights, we stand up for our values. And to achieve this, we need to advocate and support our own LGBTQ+ diplomats. Too often, the spouses of American diplomats in same-sex marriages aren't able to join their family members or their family abroad because foreign countries don't extend them a visa, as you know. There was some promising movement at the end of the Obama administration to put pressure on other countries to honor these marriages, but we lost significant ground during the Trump administration. So what are you doing to push other countries to recognize the marriages of American diplomats in same-sex relationships? And will you consider using visa reciprocity and other measures to put pressure on countries and keep American diplomatic families together as they serve our nation?
Thank you, Mr. Castro. This is a priority for us, and I've had a conversation many months ago with the head of Office of Foreign Missions, which is focused very much on this reciprocity question and using that tool to open pathways for gay and LGBTQ families to ensure that they get diplomatic visas.
So you're moving in that direction and you're examining what else could be done.
Well, in a lot of countries, it's also involves not just OFM, but our diplomats in the country pushing the foreign ministries to understand that this is what our foreign service looks like, and they need to accommodate our personnel. And so that's a priority that in any mission where we have a family seeking to be assigned there, that the mission would have to worry about.
Well, I hope that you'll continue that effort so that all of our diplomats and their family members will feel fully welcome in the nations where they serve. And now I want to ask you about some troubling issues at the department, and one issue in particular, which is some radical extremist white supremacist views at the department. I'm going to read you out a few quotes that may be shocking. Quote, Jesus Christ came to save the world from the Jews, the founders of the original Antichrist religion, they who are the seed of the serpent, that brood of vipers. Quote, come on, whites, time to fight for our children. And quote, if the U.S. refuses to be a Christian nation, it will be destroyed, unquote. I want to ask you, does somebody who publicly and unashamedly expresses these views, can they be an employee of the State Department? Can they be trusted to represent the United States and our values abroad?
Mr. Castro, those views do not represent the views of the United States abroad. I think I'm familiar with the individual who's written those words. I can't comment on particular personnel matter, but if somebody has violated any rules or regulations, that would be investigated.
This is a person who works at the State Department now, as you mentioned. This is not a theoretical case. He maintains a website where he posted these messages. I understand the department is tracking many other employees with similar views who haven't been disciplined. And so what message does his continued employment and others who may hold those views and espouse them publicly send to diplomats of color and to Jewish diplomats at the State Department? And when will he and others like him be fired?
As I said, Mr. Castro, I can't speak to a particular personnel matter. We're aware of the views of many officers who are concerned by the writings that you read from, and we are concerned as well. As you know, the First Amendment sometimes protects some pretty awful views.
I hope that y'all will take action.
We have to look at it through that lens, but also whether an employee has violated any internal rules.
Well, if somebody can get away with that, hold those views, espouse those views, put them up on a website, and that doesn't violate any internal policy, I think there's something wrong at the department, and I think y'all should take action. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Darrell Issa of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome and thank you for being here today. I take note that last week in the Senate you were asked about the number of people involved in the organization acronym CARE, Coordinator of Afghan Relocation Efforts, and you were asked how many people were in that organization. Can you give me that number today since you couldn't last week?
Yeah, it's 47 are working in the department, and then at the military bases, which is not mostly representatives of the Population Refugees Migration Bureau, we have another 40 or 50 or so.
Very good. Currently, Ambassador Jones would be the go-to at the top of the pyramid of that and other organizations involved in that effort. Is that correct?
She's the head of the CARE unit. That's correct.
Okay. I've worked with her for many years, and congratulations on wooing her out of retirement. I don't know why she was willing to do it, but I appreciate her caring enough to do that.
It's the case with a lot of State Department officers. They're very mission-driven, and when the call came, she found it hard to say no.
Well, I thank her for her service and for her continued service. I'm deeply concerned about one area, and I know we've talked about it in the past, but I think I need to bring it up again. As we've worked with many people at State Department, DOD, to get Americans and their families out of Afghanistan, I led a group that went to Doha, bipartisan, and we were briefed at the base in Doha that of the 60,000 or so people that passed through there, about 20% of them were completely and totally without any documentation whatsoever. Another 40% had simply Afghan documentation, and two-thirds of them got on planes to Germany without any further vetting whatsoever. All of that would not concern us if we didn't know that we lost 13 service members to an individual who blew himself up, who had been at the Bagram detention facility. We know that there were 5,000 plus people released from the detention facility. We know with high confidence that some of them got on those airplanes, passed through Doha, and are somewhere no longer in Doha. What are you doing, and what is the State Department's position on revetting the 60,000 or more to find out how many of them were residents of the Bagram detention facility, in other words, ISIS-K, Taliban murderers and the like, because without any question, we know that at least a few of those 5,000 got on those airplanes and have moved forward, perhaps as far as the United States.
Congressman Issa, before, at the bases, whether it was in Doha or Germany or Spain or Italy, before people were put on airplanes to the United States, they were vetted. We collected biometric data from everyone as well as biographical data, and it was run through various databases that DHS and the intelligence community and the FBI have.
The commanding general that briefed us verified that, first of all, none of the ones that went on to Germany were vetted in Doha. They were vetted perhaps in Germany.
They would have been vetted in.
Only 200 went to an alternate facility designed for those who failed vetting out of the ones that were evaluated in Qatar. So it was a relatively small amount. Those individuals, to my understanding, in an unclassified way, are, quote, in Kosovo at this point. But we did not have, at that point, according to the briefing we did not have individual information that would allow us to, with certainty, take everyone that was in that prison off of those flights, not for the 20,000 that were in further vetted in Doha, and not for the 40,000 that went on to Germany. So the question is, let me put it another way. Can you give us, with your high confidence, that no prisoners from that detention facility in Bagram are currently among the Afghan refugees in the United States or other lily pads, sans Kosovo?
It would be my understanding that, based on the vetting that we did, and I suspect we had the lists of people who were at Parwan prison, anybody who was at Parwan prison probably would not have passed vetting. We do have people, as you say, who are subject to additional vetting, and they are at Camp Bondsteel in Kosovo. The number is lower than the number you gave, and some people, after additional vetting, do get cleared to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. We will now take a brief 5-minute recess. minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, for holding this important hearing. There is a lot to discuss. I appreciate your being here, Deputy Secretary McKeon. First, I want to say that I am proud of the commitment that Chairman Meeks and Secretary Blinken have made to strengthening diversity and inclusion efforts at the State Department, together with the work of Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer Ambassador Gina Abercrombie Winstanley, and I look forward to reviewing the Department's forthcoming diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. I want just to go back briefly to a comment that my good friend, Representative Wilson, made, that the State Department is hostage to anti-Semites. My friend understands it's, one, not true, and also unhelpful to all of us as we combat anti-Semitism and hatred of all sorts. And I just, Deputy Secretary McKeon, you were in Malmo. You led the delegation, correct? The delegation in which the Secretary of State had a video presentation in which he did what?
That's correct. Mr. Deutsch, I led the U.S. delegation to Malmo a few weeks ago. The Secretary recorded a video that was played at the conference, and we made several commitments of some additional funding and programming on anti-Semitism.
I appreciate that. I wanted to follow up on what where Mr. Castro left off, and understand some of the limitations that you have, but I'm deeply disturbed by reporting about anti-Semitic and white nationalist incidents at the State Department. In February of this year, reports came to light about the State Department employee who operates a website, bloodandfaith.com, which espouses anti-Semitic, anti-LGBTQ, and other hateful white nationalist rhetoric. The employee has advocated for the establishment of Christian nation-states, warned that white people face elimination, railed against Jews, as well as Black Lives Matter and other social movements. In July, a group of more than 70 State Department officials sent a letter to Secretary Blinken calling the employee's propagation of anti-Semitism, and I quote, highly disturbing and offensive to Jewish and non-Jewish employees alike, and that Jewish employees felt his presence was, quote, threatening. So this push from State Department employees came after the swastika that Ms. Manning referred to earlier was found carved into an elevator, and I applaud President Biden and Secretary Blinken's swift announcement of the incident, the subsequent investigation. This really concerning and problematic behavior is detrimental not only to our nation's values and presence abroad, but to the reputation and institution of the Department of State. I also understand the balance between fully reflecting our values while simultaneously guaranteeing constitutionally protected speech. And I understand from your earlier exchange that you're limited in what you can say about particular cases that I raised. But I'd like you to walk me through, if you could, Deputy Secretary McKeon, what happened when a situation comes to light similar to the concerns I raised today. What steps are taken to ensure that such cases are looked into by the department, and how long does that usually take?
So in terms of what happens when we get a referral or something comes to our attention, in the first instance, we would see if there's something that's connected to a department policy, as opposed to somebody engaging only in free speech on their personal time. And then it would be referred to the appropriate bureaus for a review. I don't know what the average time is on this. I don't know that we have that many of these kinds of cases, so I'm not sure we would have a data set that would tell me that.
What latitude does the department have to use administrative leave while such cases are pending?
I'll have to get you that for the record, Mr. Deutsch. I'm not sure I know the right answer to that.
I would appreciate that. And when you do, if you could also let me know how frequently those options are employed by the department. And again, what I'm really focusing here on is not the speech. It is the speech that, according to a letter from dozens of State Department employees, made them feel at risk, threatened, and how does that? Can you tell me how that feeling is then interpreted? How is that relevant as the policy issue is here explored?
So the hateful speech, such as was described by one of your colleagues who read some of the quotations, I think it was Mr. Castro, is very disturbing, and as I said, does not represent the views of the United States or the State Department. I believe when we received the officer's letter from a number of Jewish American officers, we had an engagement at a senior level with the group to talk about this issue. Whether that they feel threatened is a factor in a review. I want to be careful that I don't know that answer, and being a lawyer, I want to make sure I give you the precise legal answer, so I'll have to take that part of it.
And I appreciate it. Just if I may, Mr. Chairman, just when you report back, if you could also let us know whether the tools the Congress has provided you in instances like this are sufficient, I'd be grateful for that information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ann Wagner of Missouri, who's the vice-ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the Deputy Secretary for his time today. In the last few months, the Biden administration has wiped away 20 years of hard-fought progress in the global war on terror. The decision to kowtow to the Taliban's arbitrary withdrawal deadline of August 31st seriously damaged our credibility, especially among our coalition allies, and, of course, put at risk the courageous Afghans that helped us bring down a ruthless terrorist regime. 13 American service members lost their lives because of poor planning, ineffective leadership, and bad decisions, including one brave young man from just outside my district in St. Louis County, Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz. So many communities across the country are struggling to make sense of this tragedy. The miscalculations that led to the disastrous and chaotic flight from Kabul were weeks in the making. The administration's failure to course correct is unconscionable, and I am adamant that this committee get to the bottom of what went wrong. The American people deserve transparency and accountability for the debacle that unfolded in Afghanistan. Moving forward, Congress must exercise its duty to provide robust oversight of the U.S. policy in Afghanistan. Terrorist groups are already taking advantage of the Taliban's return to rebuild, while the Taliban is proving that it is as violent and intolerant as it was 20 years ago. President Biden's departure from Afghanistan does not erase those challenges, but rather renders them more urgent and difficult to manage. Deputy Secretary McKeon, I was particularly concerned to learn that the administration is starting non-humanitarian aid programs even as the Taliban resumes its brutal repression of women and girls, as well as religious minorities. Where exactly, sir, is this money going? Given fungibility and diversion concerns, can you explain why the United States would risk becoming complicit in financially supporting the Taliban?
Congresswoman, the assistance we're providing, whether it's humanitarian assistance or non-humanitarian assistance, is all going through either non-governmental organizations or UN agencies.
What checks do you have to make sure it's not being diverted?
So these organizations all have long experience working in conflict zones, whether it's in Syria or in different countries in Africa, and they have measures to monitor and evaluate what's happening. We have a statute you have given us that says no funds shall go to the Taliban, and we're very mindful of that. And if we get information that money is being siphoned off the Taliban, then we'll have to stop that particular program.
The Taliban clearly has no intention of meeting minimum expectations for countering terrorism and protecting human rights and civil liberties. Why has the administration refused to conclusively say it will maintain sanctions on the Taliban? And will you commit to ensuring the international sanctions regime on the Taliban remains in place?
Well, the international sanctions regime is through the UN Security Council, so it's not the United States alone that would have a voice in that. That is a point of leverage that we have in our conversations, we and other governments around the world have in holding the Taliban.
How are we using that leverage? Are we using that leverage at UNSC?
I mean, that's not the only point of leverage. We have other leverage, but in our conversations that we are having with the Taliban in Doha, we're trying to hold them to account on their commitments on human rights, having a more inclusive government, their counterterrorism commitments, allowing freedom to travel.
I'm not hearing much of a commitment.
Well, they're hearing it from every government, even the Russians and the Chinese.
Afghan women have reportedly been whipped and beaten for participating in peaceful protests, barred from work and school, and shut out of government. Protecting the rights, freedoms, and safety of Afghan women and girls should be a priority for the United States and others. And yet last week when you appeared before the Senate, you said you had, quote, lost the thread on the administration's intent to appoint a senior official to oversee efforts to safeguard women's rights in Afghanistan. Do you now know the status of that effort, sir?
I know the Secretary is still committed to appointing such an individual, and we have someone who's a leading candidate, but that appointment has not been made yet. I would say also some of the assistance that we first talked about is going to women's organizations, women and children's shelters. So that is the focus of our assistance, is continuing to help the Afghan people, not the Taliban.
My time has expired. I yield back.
Yes, the gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative David Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, for holding this important hearing as we come together again to ensure that America's diplomacy has the necessary budget, personnel, and processes in place to deliver on its mission around the world. Since we last spoke publicly with Secretary Blinken in June, there's been significant progress made, even in the face of an ever-shifting set of challenges. Nevertheless, we all understand that there is a significant amount of work ahead. Our diplomats are at their best when they're given the tools they need to do their jobs effectively. It is our jobs on this committee and in this Congress to provide the resources to facilitate those tools. If we do our job, then our diplomats can safely advocate on behalf of America on the ground anywhere in the world. They can assess new and challenging national security risks to our country, and they can contribute to a modern department that makes room for all. State must do its job in turn to use resources to best train and develop the next generation of American diplomats. And so, Secretary McKinnon, I want to ask you, Secretary Blinken came before the committee, and I, along with my House colleague, Congressman Barra, and colleagues in the Senate, Senators Murphy and Van Hollen, were advocating for a significant increase in funding, both on the diplomatic side and the development side, of $12 billion in increased funding for state USAID and related agencies. The administration requested a much smaller amount, and just wondering whether, in light of all of the long list of reforms that you've planned and that are underway, do you have the budget necessary to adequately meet the mission you've described?
Congressman, in our fiscal 22 budget, we asked for a 10% increase in state and USAID, including a historic increase in requests for new personnel, around 500, both foreign and civil service combined. That's a start. We want to build on that in the fiscal 23 budget. The House-passed appropriations bill is very good. It funds most of what we requested on the operations side. The Senate top line is a little smaller, but they have still funded the operations side as well. So we're very encouraged on the appropriations process so far.
But we should be ready to do more, I take it from your comments.
Well, we are wanting to build on that with our next budget, but ultimately that's a decision for the OMB and then the Congress.
Right. The State Department is soon to release its diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. Can you preview what steps you plan to better enhance job opportunities and protections for LGBTQI persons that might be addressed in this forthcoming strategy plan?
I have not read this strategic plan myself yet. I believe it's been passed to my office for review by the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. I know this is an element of her work.
Okay. Last week, over 300 former diplomats and national security professionals wrote a letter to the Senate leadership demanding that the Senate fill the 60 ambassadorial positions awaiting Senate action. These include the U.S. Ambassador to Israel and representatives to NATO, the European Union, ASEAN, and the Organization of American States, among others. Can you just speak a little bit to what the impact of having so many key positions not filled is having on U.S. foreign policy?
It's having a significant impact, not having an ambassador at key missions around the world. In dozens of countries, we have chargé d'affaires. Most of them were people who were selected to be the deputy chief of mission at that particular embassy. Many of them are performing very well, but there is a difference. In a number of countries, the senior leadership of the foreign ministry or the prime minister or the president, they won't see a chargé d'affaires. They will only see an accredited ambassador. So we're hopeful to have some breakthrough. We got one ambassador confirmed yesterday for Canada. So one by one, we hope to make some progress.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Secretary, there are obviously a significant number of challenges, I think particularly COVID-19 and the pandemic globally. I think it has made consular services even more challenging. Does the department have a clear picture at this point of how critically COVID-19 is impacting its ability to perform kind of core services on behalf of Americans? And is the department considering future reforms to better ensure it's prepared to navigate similar global challenges in the future?
Well, COVID-19 has had a significant impact on our consular work around the world. Our Consular Affairs Bureau is primarily funded by fees from passport and visa applications, which is a great model when international travel is growing, and it's a terrible model when there's a global pandemic. So we've had to have some personnel reductions at posts around the world. And because COVID is still raging in a number of countries, even as we reopen visa sections for work, there are limitations how many people we can have in the waiting room at one time, so that will slow the throughput as we start to issue visas again.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Kinnan. Thank you so much, Mr. Kinnan.
Gentleman yields back while his time has actually expired. I'm now going to recognize Representative Brian Mast of Florida, but I want to first say to Mr. Mast that he's the only one in here that did not follow the chair's ruling of wearing a mask pursuant to the health attending physician. And I'm putting him on notice that if you're going to come, we have a hybrid hearing. If you choose not to wear a mask, you stay in your office. If you come here without a mask, you will not be recognized.
What if I have an exemption?
The ruling is, well, you show me an exemption, and if the attending physician says it's good, then that's what we're going to abide by. But we're going to go by the attending physician's rules.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Am I
Recognize Mr. Mast for 5 minutes.
recognized now?
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to start with a quote from our chairman, since you just started speaking. We need to ensure our diplomats are kept safe. That was a quote from the chairman earlier in this hearing. You kind of skirted around this issue in the beginning, said that state worked alongside Department of Defense. I want a direct answer. Was State Department the lead government agency responsible for overseeing the evacuation from Afghanistan? Yes, they were. No, they weren't.
No, Congressman, it was a joint effort between the United States.
There can only be one chief. Who is the chief? State Department, DOD, only one chief.
The ambassador in Afghanistan, Ross Wilson, who's technically the chargé d'affaires, and Rear Admiral Pete Baisley were working side by side every day on the evacuation.
So, State Department was the lead agency?
Well, DOD, sir, had responsibility for the service members.
Was State Department the lead agency? It's a yes or no. Was State Department the lead agency? It's pretty simple.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mast, it's not a yes or no. We were working side by side on the evacuation, state and
So your top two agencies. I'm sure all the Americans left behind are very proud of your work. Thank you for that. Now, I want to talk about law specifically. Under federal law, the Secretary of State must develop model contingency plans for evacuation of personnel, dependents, and U.S. citizens from foreign countries. That's law, 22 U.S. Code, Section 4802. The President announced April 14th the withdrawal from Afghanistan was going to be completed idiotically by September 11th. So you had months to develop this model contingency plan. Did you develop a model contingency plan?
Sir, through all this spring and summer, we were working in coordination with U.S. Central Command on the non-combatant.
Is there a piece of paper that is a model contingency plan that was created for the evacuation of Americans from Afghanistan? Is there a piece of paper that you wrote up that is the plan, the model contingency plan?
I think the model contingency plan that the statute you cited addresses is a model plan framework that would be used.
Is there a
in the
piece of
plan.
paper that is a model contingency plan for the evacuation of civilians from Afghanistan?
There are planning documents that relate to the non-combatant evacuation operation that we undertook. That's correct.
So there's a model contingency plan sitting at State Department somewhere.
It's not the model plan. It was the plan.
So then you're out of compliance. If there is not a model contingency plan, you're out of 22 section, U.S. Code section 4802. You are out of that. You are out of compliance in that if there's not a model contingency plan.
I haven't read that statute in a while, Congressman. I think what it speaks to, but I'll confirm it with our...
I'll read it to you right now. Overseas evacuation. Secretary of State shall develop and implement policies and programs to provide for the safe and efficient evacuation of United States government personnel, dependents, and private United States citizens when their lives are endangered. That pretty much outlines what's going on in Afghanistan leading up to the evacuation and in this very moment. So, you know, Democrats on this side, they keep saying that President Trump broke State Department and things like this. They've said it in this hearing already. But I want to ask, in April, you were directed by Secretary of State Blinken to conduct a review of the Contingency and Crisis Response Bureau initiative. On June 11, you concluded your review of contingency and crisis response. In the midst of Afghanistan, pretty damn big crisis, you concluded that review. And so to reference your review here, I have it here, it's your name, Brian P. McKeon, Contingency and Crisis Response Bureau. Number one, you direct termination of contingency and crisis response. I'd like to submit this for the record. Mr. McKeon directing the discontinuation and termination of Contingency and Crisis Response Bureau in the midst of everything going on in Afghanistan. I want to ask you a couple other questions.
I think, sir, that's a memo from me.
Yeah, I want to ask you a couple other questions. I didn't yield you any time to answer anything right now. Did the department develop a contingency plan for the accountability and the evacuation of locally employed staff? Is there a plan to account for the evacuation of locally employed staff and their eligible family members?
Well, part of our planning effort did account for the fact that we would want to
Is there a paper that is the plan? Is there a paper that is the plan?
And we did evacuate the locally employed staff.
Is there? No, you didn't. There's 8,000 former embassy employees and their families that are at risk in Afghanistan right now. You're totally bullshitting us right now. So is there a paper that was the plan?
Mr. Chairman, can we have some decorum in the hearing room?
No, I'm not going to offer that. So is there a plan?
Mr. Mast, we evacuated most of our locally employed staff, so I'm happy to share them.
Mr. Chairman,
We said they were evacuated, but they're not. You said most of them just.
We will have the appropriate decorum
Well,
in this hearing room. I would not allow inappropriate decorum in this hearing room and before this witness. Gentleman may proceed.
happy to. Okay, do you have a contingency plan for the accountability and secure movement of weapons, ammunition, and other sensitive items that belong to State Department? Is there a written up contingency plan for the weapons, ammunition, sensitive items?
Gentleman's time has expired.
I'll bet you don't want to know the
I now
answer.
recognize Representative Dina Titus of Nevada for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To get back to the topic of today's hearing, which is like management in the State Department and internal operations, not how the State Department reacted during the Afghanistan evacuation, although that seems to be the only thing Republicans know to talk about. So we've wasted a good bit of time today rehashing some of the same points. I'd like to pick up on some of the issues that were raised by Mr. Cicilline and Mr. Castro about treatment of minorities beyond LGBTQ. I'd like to ask about the disabled community. I asked Mr. Blinken when he was here before what we were doing in order to serve our own members of the State Department who might have disabilities, as well as making that part of our all government policy as we conduct foreign policy in other countries and accommodate our embassies to these people. Could you address that for us?
Congresswoman Titus, we have a legal and a moral obligation to support disabled officers who wish to serve in the department. We have what we call an access center in one of our annexes in Foggy Bottom. It's a model for the rest of the government. It's one of the largest ones where officers can go and find equipment that they may need when they serve overseas to serve in a foreign post to facilitate their service. So we're very proud of that. In terms of advocacy, I believe we just announced the appointment of a special representative for disabled issues, a young blind woman who's got a very inspiring story. I don't think she's started yet, but I hope she will be starting soon.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that we're making that more of a priority, because the U.S. has a good record with our Disabilities Act and what we've done in this country. It's one of the ways that we do stand out. We are at the bottom of other good lists, but we are at the top of this one. Along these same lines, we wrote a letter to you all about sexual harassment in the department. The chairman signed on to this, and a number of the colleagues did as well. We sent that in May, and we still haven't gotten an answer. Could you talk about how you maybe need to come up with a comprehensive policy to deal with prevention and pursuit of any kind of harassment issues?
First, I'm surprised you don't have an answer yet, so I'll find out when I get back to the department where that stands. I apologize that you don't have a response yet to the letter that you wrote to the Secretary. More broadly, we do not condone or accept acts of sexual harassment in our ranks, and we have strict policies against it. And when the allegations are made against officers, they are investigated by the Office of Civil Rights. It's a leadership issue. We've got to make it clear across the department that this kind of behavior cannot be accepted, and we will hold people accountable if it's determined they have crossed the line.
Well, that's good, but will you send us an answer to that letter and kind of lay out what kind of overall policy you have about prevention or training or dealing with those cases? I don't know, they vary from case to case, but that would be good information.
We will do that. I know there is training because I took it when I was in my first couple of weeks in the department.
The last policy, I think, dates back to January 2019, so maybe there's been some update. One last question. The Government Accountability Office reported last month that a quarter of your buildings overseas are in poor condition. Poor is their term, and that includes 400 buildings which have been designated critical to the State Department's mission. That's an estimated $3 billion in deferred maintenance costs, and it would take 30 to 40 years to eliminate. Do you all have a plan, or is there any kind of assessment that you're doing or prioritizing, or you're just going to work in these dilapidated buildings around the world? Could you address that?
I can address it briefly, and we'll get you a more extensive answer for the record. In the department, we have a bureau that deals with these issues called the Overseas Building Operations, and it's charged with both building new secure embassies and maintaining the older ones. And Congress has been very generous with funding in the last 20 years since the East Africa bombings, and we've constructed over 160 new facilities to meet very rigid security standards, but they're quite expensive. I think the consequence of that is some of the maintenance at the older buildings has not been as high a priority. We have a new director of the Bureau who just started recently, Ambassador Will Moser, so I will talk to him about his thinking on the deferred maintenance.
Well, thank you, and get back to me. We don't want our
Gentlelady's time has expired.
to be in danger. Okay, thanks.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Lee Zeldin of New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. A few questions, going back to a question that was asked to you by Mr. Sherman. First off, is it the administration's position that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel?
Yes, I believe we've taken that position.
And is it the administration's position that Jerusalem should remain an undivided city?
Mr. Zeldin, I'm not trying to dodge the question. This is not an issue I deal with every day in my job, because I don't deal with this kind of policy issues. And as you know, issues in the Middle East are super sensitive, and if you say the one thing wrong, it's going to be a headline. So I believe we still regard Jerusalem as a final status question, but I want to get you a more precise answer for the record.
You're a very important person at the State Department, at the highest levels of the State Department. So I believe that this is something that I would request you become familiar with after this hearing. So the Jerusalem Embassy Act of 1995, which was supported by then Senator Biden, says that, and this was passed into law, U.S. policy should be, quote, Jerusalem should remain an undivided city in which the rights of every ethnic and religious group are protected. Jerusalem should be recognized as the capital of the state of Israel. So that's the law. There was a recent statement made by the leadership of the Palestinian Authority that they want the United States government to set up a consulate in Jerusalem for the purpose of dividing Jerusalem. So the Palestinian Authority wants the U.S. government to do this. Their intent, their purpose, their motivation is to divide Jerusalem. You mentioned that you're less familiar with the issue. Are you involved at all in this decision-making process of whether or not to establish a consulate in Jerusalem?
I am, Congressman. It's the intention. The President has said this. The Secretary has said this, that we want to reopen the consulate that we had that was the way through which we've engaged the Palestinians in the past.
So you are aware of this issue, you're involved in this issue, but you're not aware that it's United States law that Jerusalem should remain an undivided city?
I'm aware of the Jerusalem Embassy Act. It's been a while since I've read the precise words.
I would strongly recommend that if you're not only a person at the highest levels of the State Department, but also directly involved in the process of reopening a consulate in Jerusalem, that you should be familiar with the fact that the Jerusalem Embassy Act says that Jerusalem should be an undivided city and that Jerusalem is the capital of the state of Israel. And you should also be familiar with the Palestinian Authority wanting the consulate open for the purpose of dividing Jerusalem. Earlier this week, over 200 House Republicans sent a letter to President Biden stating our strong opposition to reopening an embassy in Jerusalem, a consulate in Jerusalem to serve the Palestinians. As far as your involvement in the process of reestablishing the consulate, are you involved in the siting of where that consulate would go?
I believe we've been contemplating reopening the facility that we have on Agron Road in West Jerusalem.
So this is even more concerning because this location is on the western side of Jerusalem, which was a part of Israel before 1967. Are you taking that into account and choosing a site?
Already having a site that the United States owned is an important factor in this, because having to go find a different site would be a challenge.
So where in Jerusalem this consulate is located, whether it's part of Israel, part of Jerusalem on the western side, whether it's part of Israel before 1967, these factors don't matter?
The main purpose of this consulate and the main reason we're want to use the one on Agron Road is that is the mechanism through which we have engaged the Palestinians in the past and for well over a century before it was closed. That's what's driving our decision-making on that.
And you also recognize that you can't establish this consulate without the permission of the host country, Israel.
I believe I've said that. The practical reality, sir, is that we would not send diplomats to this mission without privileges and immunities, and we need that.
Okay, you're at the highest levels of the State Department, you're involved in the process, you need to be more familiar with the Jerusalem Embassy Act, and you should not be citing it in the western part of Jerusalem pre-1967 lines.
Gentleman's time has
a lot of work
expired.
to do here, sir.
I now recognize Representative Bill Keating of Massachusetts, the chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy and Environment and Cyber, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Deputy Secretary. I have a concern in an area of your direct responsibility, and I want to focus on your areas of responsibility. And as the chair just mentioned, part of my subcommittee chairmanship includes global cyber issues. And there was a very important plan that was unveiled just this past week. And it's one that this committee and myself have been working on for a long time, several years, in a bipartisan fashion, to authorize a bureau dealing with cybersecurity, to actually establish a new bureau of cybersecurity and digital policy, as well as a special envoy for critical and emerging technologies. And of course, the announcement of the plan is well received and important. The implementation going forward, of course, will determine the success of that plan. So my questions are, how do you feel in terms of the staffing levels that would comprise employees of the new Cyber Bureau? Do you feel confident that you have the resources to do that? How many employees are you talking about in that respect?
Yeah, Congressman Keating, there's a couple of offices that are extant in the department that would move into this new bureau. And in addition to that, as part of the review and the proposal that we inherited that we looked at from the last administration, we have about 50 full-time equivalent FTE positions reserved. So I don't have the top of my head how that all adds up, but it will be a substantial size bureau.
Now, do these people have the requisite training in place? Or are you going to have to undertake training programs because of the nature of this new bureau?
So the people who are already there who will move, there's a unit within the Economic Bureau that will move. So these are people who are already professionals working on these particular issues, and then people moving from an office that's directly assigned to the secretary that has the acronym CCI. They're dealing with cybersecurity policy now. They will move. So they certainly have the requisite skill sets and training. The new positions, we'll certainly look within the building or at the degree that we hire new people as civil service. We want to make sure we have people who have the skill sets necessary for these issues.
Well, we also know, too, that you can't curb digital threats without also looking at protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms in cyberspace. So how is the new bureau going to be put into place to really address this cross-current issue?
So promoting digital freedom and protection of human rights in the digital environment is one of the areas of work for this new bureau, but we're also adding some resources to the Human Rights and Democracy Bureau to work on these issues.
Yeah, and lastly, do you intend for the new special envoy to report to the ambassador at large, or will the envoy be housed elsewhere, within the State Department? How is that going to work?
So the initial idea is for both the assistant secretary level person who heads the new bureau and the special envoy on critical and emerging technology will report directly to Deputy Secretary Sherman, at least for the first year.
Well, I want to thank you. I'll tell you that this is such a welcome change, a necessary change, and the fact that we're doing it and the state is involved in this is critical, because the nature of cyber fields don't end at our borders. We have to work internationally, and the U.S. should have a leadership role in this regard, because we have those values, because we want to protect those freedoms, and because we know these issues can present a major security threat to our country. So I really am excited that this plan's unveiled, and the Biden administration is moving forward in an area where we've needed enormous presence for people here at home and the international community at large. So I just want to thank you, and I want to ask you, as you progress in doing this, please keep myself and keep this committee informed where we can be helpful. We want this to succeed. It's been something we've worked for years, and finally, we see it happen. And thank you and I thank the administration for making that happen, and we're here to help. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ken Buck of Colorado for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McKeon, I had a series of questions I wanted to ask you about USAID and some reforms that I think are necessary, and perhaps I'll take those up with you at a later time. But I want to yield my time to the gentleman, and I stress the word gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
Thank you, I appreciate the time from Mr. Buck. I want to go back onto contingency plans that exist or don't exist. So, was there a contingency plan published by the State Department and synchronized through the National Security Council for the evacuation of American citizens from Afghanistan, synchronized through the NSC?
So the planning for the non-combatant evacuation that took place was done in coordination between the United States State Department, the Embassy Kabul, and U.S. Central Command.
Was there a plan written? Is there a document? I'm
Yes,
familiar with writing
there are
concepts.
planning documents, yes, and we had, if
There's a
for maybe-
specific plan, not planning documents, not a stack of things, we're going to consider this. There is a specific plan, step by step, operations orders, there's a plan.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
is that a classified
I'm
plan?
trying to answer your first question, sir, if you
Is
like.
that plan classified?
So as to your first, it is classified. That's
It is
correct.
classified.
And as to your
So
first
can you,
question,
and understanding that your staff is behind you and there's staff watching you on the screen right now back at Foggy Bottom, can you please direct your staff immediately to send that classified plan to our Foreign Affairs SCIF? Will you please look into the camera and direct them to do that, or speak to your staff right behind you and tell them to do that immediately? Ricky Tick, right now.
some of these documents are controlled by the Department of Defense, so I can't make that pledge to
Can you direct your staff to give the State Department contingency plan for synchronizing evacuations of American citizens out of Afghanistan? Can you direct them to send that to our SCIF right now, bipartisanly, for both sides?
I will take your request back to the department.
You can
and
just
we'll
look
get
in the
back to you.
camera and say, hey, staff, or look behind you, please send this over to the classified, the place that members of Congress would look at classified materials. You can just look back at them and tell them to do it right now.
I know I can. I'm telling you the answer I'm going to give you.
All right.
And
So
to
let's
answer
move
your-
on to
and
another
answer your-
contingency plan. Let's move on to another one. Did the Department of State develop a plan to locate and recover American citizens in cities other than Kabul, Kandahar, Herat, and Mazar-e Sharif? Do you have specific plans for other cities outside of those cities? Documents, piece of paper, this is the plan of attack to get people out of these other cities.
When the Taliban started taking provincial capitals, we did not have the ability to get people out of cities outside
So
of
before announcing the evacuation, State Department, who was supposed to be in charge, going back to 22 U.S. Code Section 4802, in charge of overseas evacuations, as the chairman said, keeping our diplomats safe. Prior to that, you didn't have a plan to get people out of, I'm not even sure you had a plan to get people out of Kabul or Kandahar or Herat or Mazar-e Sharif, but you didn't have a plan to get people out of those other places.
We were warning Americans to leave Afghanistan.
You did not have a plan. Warning them is not a plan. You did not have a plan to get them out. Warning them is not the same as a plan of evacuation. But let's
Well,
go to...
the standard approach, Congressman.
Let's go to warning them. I want to go to warning them. When was the last time prior to the middle of the evacuation that you updated the F-77 report for Afghanistan of U.S. citizens that were in Afghanistan? You've said that you don't keep track of them, but then you just said just now that you were warning them. So when was the last time that State Department updated the F-77 report for Afghanistan?
I'll have to take that one for the record.
Okay, I will look forward to getting an answer back on that one. So let's ask for another contingency plan here. An estimate from the intelligence community or international organizations such as the UN High Commissioner for Refugees regarding the anticipated refugee outflow that would be triggered by this U.S. withdrawal. Was there a specific concept of operation for you, a specific contingency plan for all of those refugees that were going to seek to leave Afghanistan as a result of the U.S. leaving? That's right up the State Department's alley. Is there a piece of paper, document, contingency plan?
I know we had planning assumptions and conversations with UNHCR about the possible refugee flows and estimates thereof, but these are all human beings. A specific document which would tell us exactly how many refugees are going to go where.
So assumptions. There were assumptions, not a specific plan.
There were assumptions on what the possible refugee flows would be and what the funding requirements would be.
So there's no written plan. There was assumptions. So these assumptions are probably what are getting people killed. There's an old saying, when you assume, you make an ass.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ted Lieu of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks. Thank you, Secretary McKeon, for your time today. It's been 27 years since we last served together on the Georgetown Law Journal. When I was in
I think
the
you
Air
did-
Force...
I'm sure you did a lot more work on the Law Journal than I did, because I was going there at night.
Thank you. When I was in the Air Force on active duty, I served on Operation Pacific Haven, where we went in and airlifted thousands of Kurds out of northern Iraq because Saddam Hussein was going to kill them. That was a difficult operation. What the State Department did was amazing in conjunction with the Department of Defense. Not only did you have a plan, you airlifted over 120,000 people in a matter of days. Unbelievable. One of the most amazing airlifts in United States history. Thank you for that. Thank you for the service members, State Department personnel that engaged in that. You exceeded what any plan could have done. It was unbelievable. Now, the gentleman right before me did not give you a lot of time to answer questions, so I'm going to give you some time right now if you want to answer any questions that he may have had that you did not feel like you had the time to answer.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your comment, Congressman Liu, but I'm happy to address your questions.
Sure. The Doha Agreement of 2020 that was negotiated with the Taliban, which administration negotiated that agreement and signed it?
That was the prior administration.
Okay. And that agreement was very specific. It committed the United States to withdraw all forces from Afghanistan. Is that correct?
That's correct. And
In fact, on
deadline was for May 1.
In fact, on page 1, it says, the United States is committed to withdraw from Afghanistan all military forces of the United States, its allies, and coalition partners. It gets even more specific than that. On page 2, it says, in the first 135 days, the United States, its allies, and coalition will withdraw all their forces from 5 military bases. Did the U.S. do that?
It did.
Yeah. And in fact, this negotiated agreement that the Trump administration signed with the Taliban gets even more specific. It has a very specific date for withdrawal of all forces. It says, that the United States, its allies, and the coalition will withdraw all their forces from the remaining bases in the remaining 9.5 months. That's a very specific date, isn't it?
Yes, and that date was May 1, 2021.
Okay. And as part of that agreement, the Taliban was basically going to stop killing U.S. soldiers and attacking U.S. soldiers. Isn't that right?
That was part of the reciprocal commitment. That's correct.
So I supported the former president when he said he's withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. I supported the current president when he completed the withdrawal. It was the right thing to do because now we're not going to have U.S. service members getting killed each and every year in Afghanistan. We had service members killed each and every year for 20 years in Afghanistan. Thank you to State Department. Thank you for our service members. And we honor those who gave their lives in Afghanistan to try to make the country a better place. Now, I'd like to ask you about assignment restrictions. So I want to thank Chairman Meeks for his leadership on that issue and the State Department for taking action on it. You had earlier said that nearly 60% of the people who had assignment restrictions had them lifted. What raw number approximately would that be?
It's over 1,000.
The fact that so many people had their assignment restrictions lifted does at least suggest to me that this process is somewhat arbitrary, and I'm glad that the State Department is taking a look at it. We have legislation that I've introduced and worked with others to reform their appeals process. I know you're working on that. But I just want to engage with you on the whole intellectual basis for an assignment restriction, because I'm not sure I quite understand it. So let's say you're a State Department employee and you have a family member, an uncle, in St. Petersburg, Russia. And part of these assignment restrictions is geographical. So it says, okay, we're not going to assign you in Russia because the Russians could leverage you because you have an uncle in St. Petersburg. So we put you in Azerbaijan. But Russia could still leverage that familiar relationship of your uncle in St. Petersburg and try to get you to divulge secrets about the U.S.-Azerbaijan relationship or whatever else it is. And as State Department employees rise further higher up, they get access to more secrets. I mean, we're in the 21st century. These countries have interests everywhere. So I'm just trying to understand, what does a geographic limitation even do?
Yeah, you've put your nub on the issue here, Congressman, because somebody could be pressured wherever they are. I think it's the assessment of our professionals in the Diplomatic Security Bureau that in a particular country where an assignment restriction has been placed, that's the place where an officer may be the most vulnerable to pressure on him or her or their family to divulge classified information. So that's the thinking behind it.
Gentleman's time has expired. So I now recognize Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing, you stated that the American citizens that remain in Afghanistan would be evacuated in, quote, a couple of weeks. 1 week has passed, so according to your timeline, all Americans will be evacuated before the end of this month. Do you still stand by that promise, and when will all the Americans actually be evacuated?
What I believe I said, Congressman, is all those who are prepared to depart should be offered opportunities to depart within the next few weeks. In the last week, we've gotten about 140 Americans out. The current number of people who are prepared to depart and have the adequate documents is 81.
You know, when you say
there are other Americans who are not that we're in touch with, but they're not ready to depart.
When you say that, I think we should be clear. A lot of those folks are not getting out because they have loved ones that don't have permission to leave or to come into our country. Is that correct?
Well, some of these people have family members who are Afghans, but we are accommodating them to the extent that we can. Some of them have big extended families, and we're guided by the law you've given us, the Immigration Act, that defines the eligibility to be typically spouse and child, minor child.
Okay. I've heard that some of these ISIS-K attacks against the Taliban are actually different Taliban factions attacking each other. To the best of your knowledge, is there any truth to that?
I have not heard that. Our understanding and the assessment generally is that ISIS-K and the Taliban are enemies.
Okay, well, the Haqqanis are attacking the Kandaharis is the example that was given to us.
There are factions within the Taliban, no doubt about it, but our sense and our assessment, I think, of many of the recent terrorist attacks in Afghanistan have been conducted by ISIS-K.
Okay, thank you. The Wall Street Journal recently reported that U.S.-trained former Afghan security personnel are joining ISIS-K because they are the strongest group still fighting the Taliban. This seems eerily similar to me to the rise of ISIS in Iraq. How do you think this plays out in Afghanistan, and how does this complicate our efforts to stamp out terrorism in the country?
Well, Congressman, I've not seen that report. I suppose it's possible that there are former Afghan security forces joining ISIS-K. ISIS-K certainly is a concerning threat that I think the Taliban is trying to counter, and we would worry about their growing capabilities if that occurs.
Okay, why was the Hamid Karzai International Airport the only pathway for Americans and at-risk Afghans to get out of the country after the fall of the Afghan Republic? Why weren't other airports, such as the one in Herat or Kandahar, secured to provide other avenues out, and who would have made that decision?
Well, Congressman, we had withdrawn before the middle of August most of the U.S. military forces except a stay-behind force that was going to help us protect the U.S. Embassy and our facilities at the Hamid Karzai Airport. We didn't have sufficient forces in the country to protect the regional airports.
Okay, well, who made that decision?
Well, the military was directed by the president to withdraw U.S. forces by a date certain, and then for the evacuation operation, we put 5,000 to 6,000 forces back into the country.
All right. Okay, how is state working with the Department of Defense to identify U.S. origin defense articles that have fallen in the hands of the Taliban or have been diverted to other, such as Tajikistan. In Tajikistan, yes, sir, thank you. Or Uzbekistan. I believe I got that one right.
So there are some aircraft, I know, in Tajikistan that we're talking to the Defense Department about the future of that equipment, whether it would stay there in Tajikistan or be brought back into U.S. inventory.
Okay, is there a plan to have those destroyed or returned to us?
Well, the ones in Tajikistan, I think the Tajik government would be interested in having them, and it's a question of whether they or we have the resources to sustain them.
Well, I was going to ask, will they be able to maintain them? I mean,
that's not clear, and it's a pretty expensive proposition. I was given a figure yesterday that surprised me, and it certainly exceeds our current.
I
our
expect
current
to see
budget
him on
projections.
Craigslist anytime now.
Not by the Tajiks.
Okay, what is the state doing to provide, what is they providing to Pakistan in exchange for a memorandum of understanding securing U.S. access to Pakistan's airspace?
Congressman, some of these conversations with Pakistan are fairly sensitive and would stray into, I think, classified areas. I don't think we've made any. We're making progress in this conversation with the Pakistan government, but we'd like to brief you in a
Okay,
closed
my
session.
time's up. Mr. Chairman, at some point, though, I would hope that we could have in a secure environment, be able to ask some of these questions to the State Department. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, Mr. Burchett. I now recognize Representative Susan Weil of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary McKeon, thank you for being here today. I really appreciate your service and the service of the entire State Department workforce. My question relates to the process for the Bureau of Legislative Affairs engagement with members of Congress. My office has sent multiple detailed letters outlining human rights concerns and raising highly specific questions about U.S. policy, including in the Philippines and Brazil, respectively. More often than not, the responses we've received have been overly vague and have not substantively addressed my core concerns. Now, in fairness, I think the underlying reason for this is the fact that it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to provide a satisfactory response to most complex policy questions within a single letter. That's why I'd like to ask about the possibility of setting up a more interactive and dynamic process. Are there any plans in the works to establish a more robust, more responsive process for addressing the concerns of members of this committee, perhaps in a more structured advisory capacity where HVAC members could regularly provide input to department leadership on the policy areas that they are particularly focused on, and then receive timely and detailed feedback from the State Department in return?
Yes, Congresswoman, this is not just an issue for the Bureau of Legislative Affairs, but really the whole department. The Secretary has made it clear that he wants to have a strong engagement with the Congress across the board. Both he and I served on the staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for many years, so we understand the importance of this kind of engagement between the two branches, and we're trying to encourage all of the policy bureaus on a regular basis to engage with interested members and staff on the issues of concern. Some officers, it's not a skill set they have engaging with members of Congress. They need to learn it, and we're trying to encourage people to be more open about these conversations as policies are being developed.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt, but as you know, my time is short. I understand the desire to be more communicative and interactive with Congress. I really believe that we need some sort of strategy, a dynamic process by which that can happen so that we aren't reduced to communicating just by letters. And as you indicated, some people, it's not in their skill set. So I hope you'll take that back and that we can work on that, because it would be very, very helpful to us. I'm going to move on to something else, if I may, Secretary McKeon. Like many of my colleagues, my team and I continue to work to assist vulnerable Afghan allies who are trying to bring their families to safety. Many of these individuals are now in Pakistan or other nearby areas, and they've submitted P2 applications but are in desperate need of updates. Everything that we have heard about this process indicates that it's likely to be extremely long. Recognizing that this is a complicated process that requires in-depth vetting and other time-intensive processes, what can you tell us about specific efforts to boost capacity and expedite the timeline? And what are your best current estimates for the average P2 cases?
So, Congresswoman, we've had tens of thousands of referrals for Afghans, both through the P1 and the P2 program. And if individuals are in a third country, that's the first step for them because that's where their applications would be processed. Typically, the refugee application process would be a 12 to 18-month process. We have sufficient resources in the Refugee Bureau and in our consulates in the neighboring countries to deal with the cases that are before them.
Well, so if any of these P2 applicants are watching right now, what can you tell them about the U.S.'s commitment to bring them and their families to safety? Can you give them some assurance as they experience the dread and uncertainty of not knowing what's going to happen, that we are going to come through for them?
I can assure them that if they qualify for the program, we will try to process their application as quickly as possible, recognizing it is not by definition a fast process, but we are committed to continuing these refugee pathways for Afghans who have been referred to these programs.
And your best estimate of that timeline is 12 to 18 months?
That's correct.
Thank you very much,
That's
Secretary.
after they get to the third country. We don't process them in Afghanistan.
Okay, I understood that, 12 to 18 months from when they got to the third country. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady has yielded back. I now recognize Representative Mark Green of Tennessee, who's a ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Society, Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, and I want to thank the Deputy Secretary for being here today. The botched Afghanistan withdrawal is a disgrace, and that's using the words of a member of Parliament from the floor of the House of Commons. A disgrace that the Biden administration and many Democrats refuse to own to this day. The horrendous images of our Afghan allies falling to their deaths off U.S. military planes are fresh in Americans' minds. This devastating imagery is a testimony to the current administration's failure. The administration abandoned our Afghan allies, destroyed the sacrifice, or betrayed the sacrifice of our troops, and stranded our citizens. We're already seeing the consequences of this foolish decision in Afghanistan, the repression of women and girls, the increasing persecution of Christians and religious minorities, the creation of a suicide bomber school in the country, and a recent string of terrorist attacks in Kabul. But that's not all. It's increasingly clear that the threat has reached our homeland. Just this past weekend, authorities warned that ISIS-K had activated a terrorist cell in Northern Virginia and cautioned there was credible threat to our public at malls and shopping centers. It's open source, said on the radio. Let me be clear, these consequences are the direct result of the Biden administration's reckless decision to surrender Afghanistan to the Taliban, creating a breeding ground for terrorism. Not only are the Afghan people less safe, the American people are less safe. My first question, Secretary Blinken told us early in the withdrawal that back as early as June, there were 93,000 applications of SIVs and green card holders to evacuate. Is that number correct? He gave us that number in a briefing we had with Secretary Austin and General Milley. It was about 93,000 in June. Is that correct?
Congressman, I was not in the briefing, so I can't speak to it. I assume it was correct, but we don't typically track green card holders. We might have had an estimate. At the time, the number of principal applicants for the SIV program was around 20,000, and then we typically extrapolate. They're going to have 3 or 4 family members, so that
okay, so that's how it
gets you
became
to 70,000, 70, 80,000.
Okay, so we're in the ballpark that there were close to 70 or 80,000 or 90,000 people that were trying to get out. President Biden on August the 16th said, and I don't have the exact quote, but essentially it was in a press conference following the collapse of the country, that the failure to prepare was based on the fact that no Afghans wanted to leave, that there weren't any SIVs. But in your testimony today, as early as June, there were 70 or 80,000 people who were trying to get out of Afghanistan in this process. Why did the president say that?
I don't remember that quotation, sir, so I don't want to speculate. We did start in the summer at the president's direction, bringing people out who had not completed the SIV application process. We did charter flights out of
If I can, because I do have limited time, I just wonder why the president would say the Afghani people, and it was very sort of off the cuff. You know how the president is. Sometimes he makes these comments when asked by the press. Hey, nobody wanted to leave. But, I mean, there were applications for as many as 80,000. I'll move on. Secretary Blinken stated that the Taliban was a terrorist organization. Do you agree with that when he was here earlier?
The Taliban is a specially designated terrorist organization, I believe is the
Okay.
term of art. They're not a foreign terrorist organization, different statutory or regulatory
Are you,
monikers, but it's similar.
so they are a terrorist organization. Are you aware that in the United States Code, it is a felony to give material assistance to a terrorist organization?
I believe it's tied, though, to the foreign terrorist organization definition in the code.
So even a domestic terrorist organization, I mean, it's in the code, and I have read it, it's against the law to give material assistance to any terrorist organization. Do you think leaving $85 billion worth of military equipment to the Taliban was material aid to a terrorist organization? If they are a terrorist organization, wouldn't that be giving material aid to a terrorist organization?
Well, DOD transferred that equipment over the course of time, and I think that $85 billion includes the salaries we were paying the soldiers for Afghanistan.
Well, they got Black Hawk helicopters now. They got night sights. They got weapons that are being sold in Latin America now to drug cartels. You think that made Americans safer?
Sarah, overall, I think the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan and focus on strategic priorities in the Indo-Pacific and was the right decision for the United States.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Dean Phillips of Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greetings, Deputy Secretary McKeon. Let me start by wanting to associate myself with the remarks of many of my colleagues, including Mr. Green, relative to the backlog of SIVs and the responsibility of the United States to ensure safe passage to all of those who assisted our efforts in Afghanistan over the past 20 years. But I believe today's hearing is entitled Assessing Progress and Challenges in State Department Management, Operations, and Reforms. So I will focus my questions to you, Mr. Deputy Secretary, in those areas. I think we all agree that robust language skills are necessary to the success of the United States Diplomatic Corps and integral to its ability to meet our national security objectives, which is why I pushed to include an amendment in the EAGLE Act that would increase the number of Chinese language speakers and translators in posts and bureaus that cover the EAP region. And given the need to quickly train and deploy these personnel, my question to you, sir, is what barriers do you face relative to strengthening the language capabilities of the DOS workforce in difficult languages like Chinese and others? And how do you plan to overcome those barriers?
Congressman, I think probably the main barrier is the difficulty of the Chinese language probably just by itself serves as something of a disincentive to officers who are thinking about that possibility. So I think we have some incentives for harder languages like Mandarin, but I need to double check that. I seem to remember that that was the case. But
Sir, do you think the U.S. education system, public education system, is doing an adequate job of teaching language skills to children throughout the country that would be useful to our national defense and diplomatic initiatives?
my general view is we probably don't do enough language training in our educational system in the way that a lot of other countries do. And we're facing, as I think the heart of your question, a generational challenge with regard to the People's Republic of China that we as a government need to prepare for. And that includes having a lot of investments in making sure that we have specialists in China, in the region, who understand both the language and the culture. And so that's something certainly the universities, I think we would look to them to help build out that capability, because that it's not just for the government, but for other sectors in the United States.
I would agree. And my next question is relative to visa processing. Bringing tourists to America and entrepreneurs and students is a massive boost to our economy and our international competitiveness. I think most of my colleagues would agree. Other countries, I think, are doing a better job than we are. They're able to do remote visa processing and virtual interviews during the pandemic. But the United States, as you know, is still requiring most, if not all, interviews to be in person. So is this indeed hampering our ability to attract tourism and businesses and students to the U.S.?
Well, in terms of non-immigrant visas, that would include students. We are trying to get authority, working with DHS, to waive interviews in some respects. I signed a determination on that a couple of months ago for F and J student visa applicants. and we're looking to renew that in 2022 and work with DHS to have the ability to waive interviews in other contexts. Right now, the two constraining factors on international travel has been the pandemic and the capacity of our visa section, our consular sections, because of health restrictions in local countries, but also the proclamation that affected travel from a number of countries that made it very difficult for people to get permission to come to the United States. That's now been lifted effective November 8th. The President announced a new decision that will allow people who are vaccinated to come to the United States. So that should certainly see an increase in travel in countries, people that live in countries that are in the visa waiver program or citizens thereof. They should be able to travel very readily. It will take us a while to turn back on our non-immigrant visa processing in some of our bigger posts because they've been told to prioritize for the last year and a half American citizen services and immigrant visas.
Okay, so you're waiting on DHS to approve the potential for virtual interviews?
We have to work with DHS under the law and regulations for interview waivers, and those are limited. I don't think we'll do it across the board, but we'll do it in circumstances where we are able to.
Okay, I see my time is expiring. Thank you, sir, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Andy Barr of Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Deputy Secretary McKeon, as we discussed, I represent the horse capital of the world in central Kentucky, and I represent Keeneland Racecourse and Auction business, which operates the largest international thoroughbred horse sale in the world. We had a lot of difficulty in September obtaining the national interest exemptions for the foreign investors who wanted to invest hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in purchasing horses in central Kentucky. On Monday, the administration will finally lift its vague and arbitrary restrictions that do not allow fully vaccinated visa holding travelers come to the United States. And these individuals who were not allowed into the country, many of them were visa holding and fully vaccinated. Meanwhile, the same administration is allowing thousands of individuals to flood our southern border without even a COVID test. And we're even hearing about a Department of Justice proposal to pay illegal immigrants hundreds of thousands of dollars even though they violated U.S. law. So my question is, what is the State Department's plan to reopening our embassies and consulates for visa appointments and bring them back to full operational capacity? What percentage of your visa processing staff are back to pre-COVID levels? The frustration is palpable because we have foreign nationals fully vaccinated who can't get in to spend literally millions of dollars to advance our economy, but we're proposing to pay people who violated, hundreds of thousands of dollars to people who violated our laws.
So I'd say a couple of things, Congressman. First, as you mentioned, once we have the new policy in effect on November 8th, anybody who already has a visa and is vaccinated, because people may have multi-entry, multi-year visas, they can travel to the United States, or if they're citizens of a visa waiver, country that's in the visa waiver program. What our Consular Affairs Bureau is looking to do to expand our capacity to deal with non-immigrant visas, both business and tourism travelers, which is very important for lots of economic reasons that I don't have to tell you about, is to expand additional hires. They've got adequate funding now. The fees are flowing in an adequate way, so we can bring on more people.
Thank you. Let me just reclaim my time, and I appreciate that, and let's devote those resources so that we bring more personnel back to the consulates and embassies so that they can process these. Let me shift over to Afghanistan really quickly, and I'm going to show you this photograph, which was taken last week. This photograph was taken last week in Doha. Deputy Secretary McKeon, as you can see, this is China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who met with the Taliban's self-proclaimed Deputy Prime Minister and Acting Foreign Minister. This picture is of Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi with Acting Deputy Prime Minister of Afghan Taliban's interim government, Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar. The Chinese issued a statement that China will play a constructive role in restoring stability and achieving development in Afghanistan within China's capacity. Now, Secretary Blinken earlier this year told me in response to my question why they decided to abandon the only U.S. air base in the country with a physical border with China, what he thought of, what was the thinking behind that. And Secretary Blinken said that China would have loved nothing more than for the United States to have stayed in Afghanistan. But Deputy Secretary, it's very evident from this interaction here from last week in Doha that China is more than content to fill the void left by the United States. Was China's encroachment into Afghanistan taken into account in the State Department's strategy of withdrawal? And did the State Department advise President Biden that enhanced Sino-Taliban relations would be the inevitable result?
Congressman, I'm not going to speak to the internal deliberations. I think in terms of China's interests, since they border Afghanistan, they have some interest in security and stability, but I wouldn't accept on face value the statement that you read about how much they're going to invest in the country.
Well, I would just say
I'm
sorry to reclaim his time. The Belt and Road Initiative is alive and well in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And this right here is the result of the administration's policy. Not only are we compromised from a counterterrorism perspective, not only do we no longer have air assets in a country with a physical border with the People's Republic of China, but we have new integration of our enemies right now, and the world is a much less safe place because of this development. Let me ask you really quickly, finally, about rare earth minerals in Afghanistan. The country is estimated to have rare earth metal reserves between $1 trillion and $3 trillion. After the withdrawal, China's state-run tabloid, the Global Times, said that China would contribute post-war reconstruction and development, pushing forward projects under the China Belt and Road Initiative in Afghanistan. We see this. Can you speak to the to China's newfound control over all of these rare earth elements and the supply chain now that they have a more integrated relationship with the Taliban?
Unfortunately, the gentleman's time has expired, and I have to answer later in writing for the gentleman.
Well, I would like that, and I yield back.
I now recognize Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, who's the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very grateful to see the fifth pillar and especially the language about changing from risk-averse posture to risk-aware posture. This has been a problem we've seen, especially in places where there is conflict, where our diplomats aren't able to engage directly with communities. I've seen this a lot in Africa, in Latin America. I'm glad the department is addressing it. Can you tell me more about what this is going to mean in practice? In your view, what is the difference between risk-averse and risk-aware?
Congresswoman, this is really going to be a cultural change that we'll need to lead on within the department. And I'll say a couple of things about it. This speaks to both policy innovation and creativity and pushing ideas up. But in terms of our security, there's been overseas a risk aversion and a concern about getting out of the embassy and engaging with local communities because of security concerns, well-founded security concerns, which has probably tilted too far in the direction of security. I think we can manage and accept some risk, and we have to recognize that diplomacy is a contact sport, and it's a little bit of a dangerous business, and we see the evidence of that on the C Street lobby at the State Department, a number of officers who've died in service overseas. Our officers are, I think, by and large, understand the risks they take on by joining the Foreign Service and want to get out of the embassy and engage with local communities. So a lot of this is going to be a conversation that we will have with them, and we welcome your support. Some of it relates to our security standards on our missions and our embassies. Some of that is statutory. And some of it is also political, honestly. You know, people who have seen investigations after past security lapses, it makes senior officers who make these decisions a little risk-averse about letting people.
All right, so let me ask you directly. I'm curious how this will play out in countries like Somalia and Honduras. What would our diplomats be able to do that they are currently not able to do?
In Somalia, I'm not sure it's going to change substantially because of the high risk in that country. Our embassy is a pretty small footprint at the Mogadishu airport. In Honduras, I'm less familiar with the current security picture, but I don't think our diplomats are as constrained as they would be in a country like Somalia or another country with a terrorism threat. The primary threat in Honduras would be crime.
Okay. I'm also very excited about the enterprise data strategy. Something that has frustrated me at times is the lack of evidence for certain programs or policies actually working. I've seen this, for example, with sanctions programs, and I've seen it with human rights training for foreign security officers. But I've also seen people use that little data that we have to claim successes when I think it was dubious to do that. For example, the murder rate drops in El Salvador, and everyone at US aid, at state and DHS, and everyone in El Salvadorian government claiming that represents a success for whatever program that we're running. How will a more rigorous approach to data analysis inform better policy decisions?
So I'd say a couple of things. We have a Center for Analytics that does data analysis, and we inherited this from the previous team, and we're trying to build it out and make officers in the department understand that good data can and should inform our policy decisions. In terms of what you said about programs and reviewing the success or failure thereof and measuring what we are doing, on the foreign assistance side, our Director of Foreign Assistance, Dr. Rand, is very focused on this and undertaking some policy reviews of particular programs and trying to really get at whether we can tell a valid story of success or failure of programs. So it's something I very much want us to focus on.
That's great. Can I expect this to mean that state will be willing to throw out policies that don't show evidence of it working?
That would be the ideal, yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Dan Musier of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Thank you, Mr. McKeon, for being here with us this afternoon. So following what you can certainly describe as disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, we have no diplomatic or intelligence capabilities within the country. Is this true?
We have no diplomatic presence in Afghanistan and no intelligence assets in the country. That's correct. That doesn't mean we don't have intelligence activity collecting on the country.
Okay. Within the country, intelligence within the country. Yeah, I don't need to.
There is actually an answer I could give you in a different setting.
Okay, it's fine, sir. Number of Americans in Afghanistan, I have a number of 289.
That's the number that we were tracking as of yesterday afternoon.
All right, thank you. The interim government is filled with people known to be tied to terror groups. The Interior Minister has hailed the suicide bombers, and I believe those were those who murdered our 13 soldiers. And 2 weeks ago, he rewarded their families with land and money. The Biden administration made any comment on this?
I think we have, but I don't recall. I was out of the country around that time. I will check for you.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing that I haven't read or seen any comment on something that's just so abhorrent to my constituents and I think to all of us. So what level of U.S. government engagement is with the Taliban government today at this time?
We have a unit in Doha, Qatar, a small team, many of whom served in Embassy Kabul. The person who's leading it is Ian McKeon, who was our Deputy Chief of Mission in Kabul earlier this year. And he engages with the Taliban Political Commission on a regular basis. We also have a new special representative for Afghanistan who replaced Ambassador Khalilzad, Tom West, and he has traveled to Doha to engage in meetings with Taliban officials. We had a meeting a couple of weeks ago that's been reported in the press. It also included the Deputy Director of CIA.
All right, thank you. What are the topics of discussion that you can reveal here, and are we pressing them on human rights, counterterrorism, and on safe passage of Americans?
On safe passage of Americans, that's a daily conversation as we're trying to organize flights for people out of Kabul and holding them to their commitment to allow people to travel. On the other issues, having an inclusive government, respecting human rights, including women's rights, their commitments on counterterrorism. That is part of the agenda that we have with them, both with the unit Mr. McCary leads, but also the conversations Mr. West is leading.
Are our allies engaged with us in these discussions?
A lot of other European and Asian partners have decamped to Doha as well with small diplomatic units, so I'm certain Mr. McCary is talking to his colleagues there about our conversation. More broadly, the international community through the Security Council, through other statements, are sending the Taliban the same message as that we are, including even the Russians and Chinese.
Okay, good. So we're all more or less on the same page with Great Britain and all.
Correct.
Okay, all right, great. All right, Mr. McKeon, I have something else that I need to ask you about, unfortunately. Is an American citizen constituent of mine who is married to an orthopedic surgeon who is stuck in Brazil. I haven't been able to make any headway for months with the State Department. There may be some reasons for that. DHS completed their process on June 28th. The doctor has been a green card applicant for over a year, since October 2020. He is an immediate relative as categorized by I-130 process, so he technically shouldn't have had any wait time. I understand the delays from COVID. This is under State Department jurisdiction. It is now at the consular in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, since June 28th. Could I ask you for some assistance on this?
I'll look into it when I get back to the department, and we'll update you or your staff.
Great, thank you very much. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now will take a brief 5-minute recess.
I'm okay if you want to
okay?
keep going, but if you want to break, I'm fine with it.
Then we will continue.
Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Colin Allred of Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to begin by saying, I respect everyone on this committee. I respect particularly those who have served our country on this committee. When I go to elementary schools, middle schools, high schools in my district, I often tell them to watch C-SPAN and to see our committees at work, understand that your government is at work, and also that some of the discussions here are not as bad as you might see on cable news at night. And so when I see or hear a member of this committee cursing, I wonder if I can direct my kids to watch our committee hearings. Because that's not who we are as a country, and that's not the respect that's due to anyone. I've had some very tense conversations with people from the previous administration sitting in that same chair, and I never would have addressed them in that way. And I think, and I implore us to remember that we have people watching us and to conduct ourselves in a way that's consistent with who we are as a country and what this body is supposed to represent, which is that we might disagree, but we do so hopefully without being so disagreeable. And so that's my plea to the committee, and also my apology to our guests today. I've seen a lot of discussion today about Afghanistan that seems to be of the revisionist variety, a discussion that basically says that all of this began when President Biden took office. I had the chance to question Secretary Pompeo when he was here a couple years back about negotiations that they had ongoing at that time with the Taliban, raised my concerns then about the deal they were setting up. And I think we need to understand that first, when President Biden took office, the Taliban was the strongest both in terms of men, material, and territory that they had ever been since the start of the war. President Biden inherited a deal to withdraw all of our troops within 3 months at a troop level that President Trump himself bragged earlier this summer was unreversible. And third, that the Afghan government security forces were riddled with corruption and incompetence, as we've seen, but they were also undermined in part by the negotiation that was struck by the previous administration. And that's not to say that it's all on them, and there were some mistakes that were made, certainly, but let's not come in here and say that the last 20 years is all about these first few months of the Biden administration. It just doesn't make sense. And I want to turn to my questions now that we've talked about the conduct of this hearing and some of the things that have been going on here, and particularly about the new Cyber Bureau that has been established. And let me get to my question here. And given that, to our guests here, that you co-led the State Department review that brought about this plan, can you detail the findings that led you to conclude that this was necessary? Do you intend is there anything that the Congress can do to further support you in the establishment of this Bureau? It's something that I'm very interested in and certainly want to see if we can work with you on.
Well, on the second question, sir, the creation of this new Bureau and new office is subject to congressional notification, which means this committee and the other oversight committee, so we would welcome engaging on that and your support for it. In terms of how we came to the decision, we inherited a proposal for one big bureau on cybersecurity and emerging technology assigned under the Undersecretary for Arms Control. I think that was not met with universal acclaim up here and some of the stakeholders, so we stepped back and looked at a different organizational model and decided to break them up into two pieces because the work streams are so significant and the skill sets are a little different, so we weren't sure we could find one person who was first in both, and we're worried that they might get consumed by the cyber agenda and not focus on the critical and emerging tech. So that was one of the reasons we had two different entities we proposed.
That's great. Well, I know we are all concerned by the rise of authoritarianism, and just last month I wrote a letter along with the chairman and some of my colleagues on this committee regarding the removal of voter information of an application as created by the Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny's team from the Google and Apple store for Russian users in the lead up to their elections on September 17th and 19th. President Putin forced Google and Apple to take down that voting app under the guise of so-called anti-extremism laws, which many human rights observers have warned are unfairly deployed to silence opposition. So this practice is not unique, and you can respond to this in writing since I'm over my time. But I'm wondering how this new Cyber Bureau can assist American tech companies who may face pressure abroad for things like this.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Claudia Tenney of New York, who's the vice-ranking member for the Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McCall, and thank you, Deputy Secretary McKeon, for your testimony and for your questions. And I just want to say it's my great honor and privilege to sit in front of an American hero who came in my freshman class in a bipartisan way when bipartisanship meant something. And so let me jump right into my questions. And obviously it's dealing with Afghanistan, where so many problems were had, and this haphazard withdrawal was obviously made international news and was recognized not just by Republicans but Democrats. The State Inspector General, who is currently looking at various aspects of the department's response, finds serious problems. If they do, how are you and Secretary Blinken going to hold those responsible accountable? And let me ask the second part. Have you found anyone who's been held accountable, and will we be hearing about that?
Congresswoman, we welcome the work of the Inspector General. She informed us about 10 days ago that she's opening some reviews on several issues related to Afghanistan. Secretary wrote her back and made clear she would have our full cooperation, and I think the initial meeting to discuss the contours of her work is happening in the near future. Yes, we will look at her findings very closely.
Can you give a timetable about when we can have this response?
I asked her this question. I meet with her every couple of weeks. I want to say she said she might have some work done in 3 to 6 months, but it may take longer, and there's some cooperation possibly planned with other inspectors general. I believe some ranking members in the Senate have asked for some joint work by DHS, DOD, and State Inspector General. So it's her work. I can't put a firm timetable on it.
Okay.
I just can tell you what she told me.
Thank you for that. I just want to jump to my next questions. What conversations with Department of Defense and Department of Homeland Security have you had regarding the vetting of Afghan refugee evacuees? We understand that those who do not pass the vetting requirements are sent to Kosovo in some cases. What happens when they get to Kosovo, and how are we tracking that?
So the work on the Afghan evacuees, whether they're on the bases overseas or here in the United States, and the vetting is an interagency work. We have interagency meetings at several levels all the time. And so the vetting is led by DHS and the intelligence community. As to those in Bondsteel, they are there for further additional vetting because we haven't been able to clear people quickly enough to put them on flights to the United States. After some have gone through further vetting, some people have been cleared and come to the United States. The population there is.
Has there been a number set for the number of Afghan evacuees that will become refugee status in United States?
So the evacuees who are here, which the number that have come in is close to 70,000. They're being paroled into the country by the Department of Homeland
Is there a number?
Security.
Have you come up with a number for where that number's roughly going to be on evacuees, and what our asylum status is going to be for the evacuees?
So,
if you don't, like, we're just happy to provide it in writing.
Very quickly, they've been paroled in. That's a 2-year status. They would have to apply for asylum. We sought legislation in connection with the continuing resolution to allow them to apply for a green card within 12 months. That was not approved by the Congress. I don't know if we'll seek that authority again.
Okay, thank you. Just another quick question. Secretary Blinken has created a new office within the International Organizations Bureau to ensure that we and our closest partners can win elections, to lead key institutions and push back against those looking to undermine the integrity of the international system, particularly China. Can you discuss or just give me a quick update on this office and how it plays into Secretary Blinken's strategy with China, who is, we know, a malevolent force in our election system?
Yeah, it's a small unit within the Bureau of International Organizations Affairs. I can't remember the number, probably 6 to 10 people focused on this very issue that you highlighted. Our concern, the Secretary's concern, is that our absence from some international organizations and engaging them actively has created a vacuum for China to throw its weight around to get positions, and so we certainly are very focused on trying to counter that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield what time remaining to Congressman Mast. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just ask a quick question. Can you give us the numbers? How many requests for exemption from vaccination has State Department received, and how many requests for exemption have they denied?
We've received the exemptions for the mandatory evacuation under the President's executive order.
Vaccination. How many requests for exemption from vaccination?
No, I understand.
You said evacuation.
I'm sorry. Requests for exemption from the vaccination requirement, which is in the President's executive order, are either religious exemptions or medically based. I don't think any have been approved or denied yet. I think they're all still under consideration. I think it's a relatively small number, in the few hundreds, but I will get you the number.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for coming today. My questions have to do largely with STEM and STEAM skills. And I know that it's crucial that technical experts are involved in the development of complex foreign policy and that we promote the hiring of STEM professionals at all levels of the government. And so I was very glad to see that my STEM Diplomacy Act recently passed through this committee, which, to give you a little background on, is the unfortunate fact that for some people in some jobs, having a STEM degree was not qualifying for them to be able to apply for some of the State Department jobs. The STEM Diplomacy Act helps break down barriers that help prevent us from hiring these experts who are uniquely qualified in many ways to advance policies on issues that the State Department inevitably is engaging on. Issues that I'm glad to see that our Secretary Blinken includes as areas that are critical to national security in the years ahead. Issues such as cybersecurity, global health, and climate. And by waiving certain occupational requirements for foreign affairs officers' positions. So I'm wondering if is the department looking for ways to increase hiring those with STEM backgrounds in roles that are more cross-cutting than those that are strictly considered to be science or technology-focused jobs? Specifically, sir, I'm an engineer and I am serving here in Congress right now, and I find that every day I'm being asked to think about things that are technical and that are science-oriented, and I find that there's only about 20 of us here in this body, and I think that if if we looked at the State Department, we would see a similar dearth of people with tech backgrounds or STEM backgrounds. And I'm wondering what we're doing to make sure that that is not continuing to be the case. I'm intrigued by the idea that one way to do it might be to look at the Foreign Service exam, because at this point in time, perhaps the Foreign Service exam is not necessarily the best test of who should be in what positions. And so I'd like to hear kind of what you're doing in that area.
Congresswoman, thank you for your initiative. It's a very important one, and one that the Secretary is focused on this area of a skill set that we need in the department for the future, not just in specialist positions, but among our generalist ranks. The Foreign Service has both generalists and specialists, and a lot of the people who are generalists, they come from all different backgrounds. I suspect we have more scientists than you may appreciate, but I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. We certainly need them focused on the work that we've already discussed on the Cybersecurity Bureau and the new position of Special Envoy for Critical Emerging Technologies. You have to have people who understand the science related to these policy questions. So that will certainly be a focus, recruiting people with strong backgrounds to those positions.
And would you be able to comment a little bit on the Foreign Service exam as well? The reason that I bring this up is that we are in a point of inflection in our national conversation about the importance of tests and testing, and what is the value of the SAT or the ACT or the Foreign Service exam and those kinds of things. Has there been a kind of an introspection in terms of whether this is in fact the test that should be used?
I know our Human Resources Bureau is looking at the test from the perspective of a couple of things, including the low pass rate of some people from underserved communities, and seeing that as a barrier to diversifying our recruitment pipeline. I don't think they've taken a step back and asking the question you were asking, whether we should do employment differently and get rid of the test altogether. I think they do constantly update the test every 2 or 3 years. It's not a static thing.
And speaking to the Cyber Bureau Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau that you were talking about, can you go into a little bit more detail of where they are, the level, whether they're civil or foreign service, and where they will be placed within the department?
So the bureau that we propose to create, which hasn't happened yet, and we need to have the approval of the congressional committees for this reorganization, would be in the first year that it would report to Deputy Secretary Sherman, at least for 1 year, along with the Special Envoy for Critical and Emerging Tech. We're moving some offices that currently exist into this bureau, but also adding at least 50 new positions to complement the people who are already there.
And how do you expect to attract industry experts, technological and otherwise, who inevitably would be taking a pay cut or would be of more value on the outside economy? The same question that the DoD faces as well.
Well, we'd look for some kind of incentives, but we don't have a lot of flexibility in our pay system, which is governed by statute. So what we find in a lot of workers who work, for example, in the IT Bureau, these are people who could probably make twice the salary outside, but they're very mission-driven and appreciate the work of being in the government. So we try to recruit people who have these skill sets to come for a few years, and then they would go back to private sector.
And I know I've run out of time, but I hear that same answer coming on the DoD side. Everyone is a patriot, but when it's half the amount of money that you're able to earn on the outside economy, I don't know that that's always the best way to recruit people. I yield back, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. I will now recognize Representative Pfluger of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, and Deputy Secretary for being here. The title of this hearing is Assessing Progress and Challenges in State Department Management, Operations, and Reforms. And I'm very disappointed to see a written testimony with not a single mention of Afghanistan when we're talking about operations and challenges. And when you earlier in the testimony, you mentioned that there's nobody on the ground to verify the identities in Afghanistan. I'm kind of looking at Mazar-e-Sharif wondering, we've got plenty of non-governmental organizations who have evacuated people. In fact, Ned Price recently said an additional number of U.S. citizens departed on private charters or have independently crossed via land border, and they are not included in State Department tallies. So I just kind of have to get to the heart of what is the plan at Mazar-e-Sharif with nobody on the ground. How is the State Department doing the job of getting people out, whether they are citizens or whether SIVs P1, P2. How are we getting people out? How are we verifying and making this happen?
So with regard to efforts to evacuate people from Mazar with private charters, well, let me back up. We have facilitated some transport over a land border from people from Mazar to neighboring countries to the north. We did that several weeks ago. But in terms of the charters, we have facilitated several charters that have come out of Mazar, mostly going to Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. But it's been a challenge to verify and validate both the manifest in the first instance and who's getting on the aircraft.
I think that's the frustration that you're seeing from this committee and the American public. We can take the facts, but we want to know, is there a plan? Do we have a plan? Is there a plan? Are we executing the plan? And, you know, there's Operation Pineapple and Operation Sacred Promise. These guys are amazing. They're doing an amazing job. They have evacuated people where I think there is a complete void. And so at this point in time, I want to continue on the line of questioning about, is there a plan? Mr. Chairman, I yield to Mr. Mast to continue that line.
Okay, well, thank you, Representative Pfluger. Let's just answer that question. Is there a written plan for assisting these outside agencies with getting civilians outside of Afghanistan? Is there a written plan?
Sir, we have a unit within the department, essentially a task force, that is working every hour to try to evacuate people from Afghanistan.
Has that task
primarily
force or
American
unit
citizens.
written a plan?
They're working from a standard practice that they've undertaken in the last 6 weeks, learning every time that we do a flight, whether it's out of Kabul or in
Did they
coordination
write
with
down
people.
a plan, or are they shooting from the hip like Yosemite Sam? I'm not trying to be a poet.
They are guided by planning factors. I don't know if there's a written plan.
So this is, again, an ongoing problem. We've gone over how many places are there not plans regarding the evacuation and the withdrawal from Afghanistan, over and over and over again. Not a plan for civilians, not a plan for citizens, not a plan for embassy workers, not a plan for ammunition and materials, not a plan for what Mr. Pfluger is bringing up.
Congressman, we wouldn't have been able to evacuate the embassy in 48 hours and put American forces at HKIA in about 72 hours without planning.
You wouldn't have had to evacuate the embassy in 48 hours if there was a plan. That's the whole point of what we're saying here. If you had a plan in place, we wouldn't have had those emergency situations playing out in the exact same way. But you didn't have a plan.
That's not accurate.
You have not testified to the fact that you have a plan that you can produce to us. You keep avoiding these questions. You're not willing to get your 3 staff members sitting behind us to say they'll commit to giving us a copy of the plan. That's a fact. That's just today.
As I told you earlier, Congressman, some of these planning documents are Department of Defense's. I can't commit on behalf of another department.
You can commit what you have.
These documents are classified.
Will the gentleman yield?
It's yours.
Deputy Secretary, who led the effort in the Afghanistan withdrawal? Was it Department of State or was it Department of Defense? Who was the lead agency?
It was a joint effort at HKIA between the
So
state
the
and
President of the
Defense
United
Department.
States did not name a lead agency. Is there a document that you can refer us to that said that it was a dual mission, that there was no chief, that there were 2 agencies that were tasked equally with equal command and control?
Sir, the non-combatant evacuation operation was based on the planning between our 2 departments, and on the ground at HKIA, the leadership was Ross Wilson, who was the Charge d'Affaires of U.S. Embassy Kabul, and Rear Admiral Pete Vaisley, who was the U.S. 4A commander, and the 2 of them led the mission every day.
So it was a 50-50 shared plan, shared command and control. The first time in the history of our country where we have not had a single agency in charge.
Rear Admiral Vaisley was in control of the U.S. service members. Ross Wilson was in charge of the U.S. State Department employees, and together they coordinated on the evacuation day by day, hour by hour.
I'd like to see the written.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, who's the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, and the Environment and Cyber for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary McKeon, for being here today, and thank you for your service. So I want to begin by just mentioning Havana syndrome. It's an area where we still need to see far more robust coordination and action in our government's response to the ongoing attacks on U.S. personnel, referred to as Havana syndrome, referred to as anomalous health incidents. And earlier this week, I led a bipartisan group of members from this committee in sending a letter to Secretary of State Blinken calling for immediate steps to bolster the department's management and response to this serious and persistent matter of national security. The letter has laid out a series of questions about the department's current capacity and processes for managing these incidents, and it is critical that we better understand the standard operating procedures. And so we look forward to opportunities and places where we can improve them. So I wanted to mention that, ensure that you are aware, because we look forward to the department's timely and thorough response to that letter and follow up there. But I wanted to address, for the remainder of my time, questions related to recruitment and then retention efforts. So first and foremost, I wanted to ask, as it relates to recruitment, what is the average time frame that it takes for someone to begin processing once they receive a conditional offer of employment for them to go on through their background check assessment?
That would probably depend on whether it's a foreign service or a civil service position, because a foreign service officer would take the exam and pass the exam, and then they go on a list, and they may wait until they were called to come in. A civil service officer would apply through the normal process for civil service officers. I'll have to get you the precise average time. I think a lot of the holdup is the time for the security clearance. It's several months, but I don't know I'll get you the answer.
Thank you. And I'll be following up with some written questions related to the time frame, because of course we want to ensure that in a timely fashion we are expediently moving forward with quality and good candidates who apply. As a former intelligence officer, I understand lengthy background check processes are sometimes necessary, but I want to ensure that we're not facing unnecessary delays in moving people towards employment.
It is a concern that the security clearance process is too slow. I think the whole government is trying to get better at this based on reforms that have been undertaken in the last few years, but it's a common complaint.
Okay, thank you for that. I was pleased to hear Secretary Blinken mention last week, and today you reiterated the department's plan to build out a training float. And certainly this is a realization of the late Secretary Colin Powell's vision to ensure that our diplomatic ranks can take advantage of long-term training opportunities. It's a necessary investment in our national security and certainly in our workforce. So when this committee was considering the Department of State Authorization Act earlier this Congress, we adopted my amendment that strengthened the section related to a strategy for a training float. We do need to get the state off over the finish line and do our part in Congress to support the institution and institutionalization of training opportunities for State Department officers. But in the meantime, I really do appreciate that the department is taking this action on its own. So could you go into a little bit more detail on how the department is building out the training float? How many positions have been allocated to the float so far? How many you hope to have a year from now?
So, Congresswoman, we requested in our fiscal 22 budget 500 new positions between the Foreign Service and the Civil Service. That's kind of the beginning of the float. And to some degree, we have a float because people go into long-term language training. It's probably 6 to 7%. I think the ideal that Secretary Powell had in mind was closer to 12 to 15%. And so we want to build on that in our subsequent budget requests. But the 22 request is really the wedge, the beginning of trying to build a float that will allow us to have sufficient number of officers in long-term training without undermining readiness at our missions.
Could you, and to that last point you just made, for those on the committee who may not have experience or knowledge of how the military does a training float or how it might be utilized, could you just explain in your view how increased opportunities for long-term training through the utilization of a training float could allow the department to proactively advance U.S. national security goals and be responsive to complex challenges?
Yes, thank you. So a typical officer, if they stay for a long career, at least in the Foreign Service, would be in service for 20 to 30 years or even longer if they're successful. And so just like in the military, we want to have more opportunities at the mid-career ranks for people to gain different skill sets, whether it's to go off to school for an advanced degree or to do a rotation. It's not just training, but professional development, to do a rotation outside of the department, whether it's in another part of the government or in the private sector. so they can learn different skills that will be applicable as they rise in the ranks. And it also, honestly, it's to refresh them. People might get a little stale after doing some of the same kinds of jobs for 10 or 12 years. So it's a working sabbatical away from the department, if you will. They're picking up skills they need.
General
Thank you
lady's
very
time
much.
has
Mr.
expired.
Chairman, I yield back.
I now recognize Representative Nicole Meliotakis of New York, who's the ranking member on the Subcommittee of International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McKeon, first I want to start off by stressing how incredibly important it is that embassies respond to our offices. You know, there's been a situation here since COVID where it seems that these embassies are out to lunch. We have an issue with Cairo, Mumbai, Moscow, Republic of Congo, that we've not received any responses from these embassies. In one case, we're trying to help a family get out of Egypt. So anything that you can do to stress, to make sure that they are properly staffed and that they are responding to members of Congress, we can help out constituents, would be greatly appreciated. My question is related to the SIGAR, the Special Inspector General on Afghanistan's reconstruction. Have you read those reports, the audits that they've conducted?
In my previous government job at the Department of Defense, I've read some of the lessons learned report that SIGAR produced.
Okay, because SIGAR did identify tens of millions of dollars that were wasted, not just by the Department of Defense, that would be a lot more money, but specifically with the Department of State. You know, Afghans in Kabul were selling fake U.S. Embassy meal cards, resulting in a loss of $3 million over 5 years. And then they also had a loan that was provided, $14 million. I'm sorry, the U.S. government loaned $85 million to investors to build the Marriott Grand Hotel Kabul and residential complex immediately across from the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, and that hotel never opened. But specifically with those fake meal cards, my concern is the money that we've wasted in Afghanistan, whether it be the Department of Defense, whether it be U.S. aid, whether it be Department of State. There has been a lot of serious corruption that was identified in this report. And it's not just here, I mean, other parts of the world as well. And I just would like to know, what measures are you implementing? Because we haven't seen any real reforms, I don't believe, coming out of the Department of State to protect taxpayers, to make sure that our money is being spent appropriately overseas.
So generally, Congresswoman, we do read, I don't read every Inspector General report, but I do read some of them. But people in the cognizant bureaus not only read them, but need to respond to them and tell the Inspector General how we're addressing the issue that's been identified. Corruption in foreign governments is certainly not unique to Afghanistan. It's an issue that we deal with in every region of the world, and it's a critical part of, anti-corruption is a critical part of sustaining and supporting democratic governments, because people sour on the idea of a democracy when the elites are stealing government resources. So it's at a broad level, it's an important priority for us.
And what are we doing to ensure that the $64 million that Secretary Blinken said he wants to give to Afghanistan will be used appropriately, that it's not going to be falling into the Taliban hands? What safeguards is the Department of State putting in place?
Congresswoman, all of our assistance that we're providing, whether to Afghanistan, is going through non-governmental organizations or UN agencies like the World Food Program. These agencies have long experience working in conflict zones or troubled areas, Syria today, countries in Africa that have been in conflict. And so they have monitoring measures to ensure that money is not being siphoned off in the wrong direction. We have a statute that you gave us very recently that says no funds shall go to the Taliban, and if we find evidence that that's happening, we'll have to cut off that particular program.
Are you aware that after the fall of Kabul in August, that the state asked the SIGAR to, quote, temporarily suspend access to all audit inspections and financial audit reports, something that I think on their website, prohibiting the American people from reading those audits?
We did ask SIGAR, and we asked our own Inspector General to take a look at the reports that were public and to temporarily pull them down and try to redact names of partners that might be at risk if their names continue to be on the internet.
Okay. With just regard, I only have 30 seconds left. Any particular measures that you are taking to ensure that our tax dollars are not being wasted? What kind of metrics are being put in place to make sure that the money's being spent appropriately?
Well, Congresswoman, and just on the
Not
last,
just in Afghanistan, all over the world.
No, I understand. And just on the last issue of the Inspector General reports, I mean, it was up to them to figure out how to do it, and I believe most of those reports are back up on the internet. While we have strict auditing standards within the department for expenditure of our resources, whether it's on the operational side or on the foreign assistance side, and there are program officers and contracting officers who are supposed to watch all of this very closely, and we make sure that contracting officer representatives are adequately trained and on the case, so that we have broad policies to try to deal with ensuring that the dollars we get from the taxpayers are being spent in accordance with the way we've told you we're going to spend them.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Tom Malinowski of New Jersey, who's the Vice Chair of the full committee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this has become essentially an Afghanistan oversight hearing, which is perfectly appropriate, I do want to point out that I sat through a lot of discussions about Afghanistan in the last administration with the very few administration officials who were willing to come before us, and with a few notable exceptions. I did not hear a lot of questions from my colleagues on the other side about President Trump inviting the Taliban to Camp David, or signing an agreement with the Taliban that mandated our withdrawal and gave them essentially everything that they wanted, or forcing the Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban terrorists without any conditions. And I don't recall a single member on the other side, when the previous administration was promising to withdraw all our troops from Afghanistan, asking a single question about what were the plans for getting our citizens or Afghans at risk out at a time when the SIV program was absolutely frozen. One of the members earlier in this hearing held up a picture of the Chinese foreign minister meeting with Mullah Baradar, a Taliban official. And I got to say, I'm disturbed by this picture. We should all be disturbed by this picture. But if you want to know how we got here, this is how we got here. This is Secretary Pompeo standing with Mullah Baradar in Doha, the same guy. If this didn't happen, this would not have happened. So if we want to do oversight, let's do it properly. Now, I personally disagreed with the Biden administration's decision to continue implementing that agreement. We can continue to have a vigorous debate about that. But we are now where we are, and I do have some questions about the ongoing effort to evacuate people. I appreciate that Secretary Blinken, when the last of the American troops left the airfield, said the evacuation continues. That's important. And we're going to hold you to that, obviously. I'm very grateful to the department and to you personally, Mr. Deputy Secretary, for some of the work you've done in the last few weeks on some very difficult cases that we brought before you, including Afghans who had gotten student visas to come to the United States before the fall of Kabul. And we're now working with your leadership a solution to enable those young Afghans to come and study in the United States. But there's still some ongoing problems. So let me ask you a couple of questions. The administration has said with some pride that it helped evacuate around 124,000 Afghans through HKIA, through the Kabul airport, during those critical days. Does that number include Afghans who were evacuated on private charter flights during that period?
So, Congressman, not all 124,000 would have been Afghans. There were foreign nationals of partner
Correct.
countries, of course, as well, diplomats and aid workers from other countries. That count includes, yes, any private charter that went out of HKIA.
Right, yeah, I believe that's the case. And yet, and this is my concern, there's been quite a big difference in how Afghans at risk have been treated depending on how they got out. So those who were lucky enough to get on a C-17 flown by the U.S. military are now overwhelmingly in the United States being resettled, which is, I think, a wonderful, wonderful thing, good for us as a country. But those who, through no choice or fault of their own, were evacuated on private charters with the support of the State Department, who are now in countries like Albania, North Macedonia, Kosovo, Ukraine. Very little progress has been made in finding onward settlement opportunities for them. And so I want to ask you just a principal question. I mean, is it right that these folks, many of whom are leaders in civil society, people who we absolutely want to protect under our policy, that they should be treated differently based on which kind of plane they got on?
I will agree that it's an anomaly that we're focused on and trying to figure out what to do with this population. In the first instance, we're still trying to process the many people, over 50,000, still on the U.S. military bases here in the continental United States, and getting them resettled. But it's not, we have not forgotten these people.
I would say both as just a matter of fairness and because we will need the help of these third countries to continue the evacuation, as Secretary Blinken has said is a priority. I think really, really important to surge resources, as we've discussed, to some of these countries, so that they know that if they help us bring more people out, we will, in due course, take people off of their hands and not just leave them forever in a country like Albania. So thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Peter Meyer of Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Deputy Secretary for being here today. I have a couple of quick questions, and I have a lot I want to get through. So just before I begin my longer kind of questioning, did the Atrocities Prevention Board do any Afghan planning that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but.
Of course. And are you aware of an internal document from the State Department's Office of Global Women's Issues that would have been put out earlier this year, somewhere between February and April, that urged expedited evacuations for women's rights activists?
I've not seen that document, but I'm not telling you it doesn't exist.
I would appreciate your cooperation if we could try to see that, and I know I'll follow up.
I certainly know that office was focused on that issue, and at a point in the summer, we surged some resources for a human rights defenders program that Mr. Malinowski used to run when he was the Assistant Secretary.
Thank you.
And many of those were focused on vulnerable women.
Yeah, I know that the document predicted disastrous outcomes for Afghan women if the Taliban came to power, specifically some of the most outspoken Afghan women that the State Department had supported. But I'm just curious, do you recall the last time we spoke, Mr. McKeon?
The last time that you and I spoke? Yeah. I'm sorry, sir, I don't.
No, and I totally understand that. It was on a Zoom meeting. All those little squares kind of blend together. But
this is the group with Congressman Crow led.
Yeah, it was on June 8th. Do you recall some of the substance of that conversation?
Generally.
Yeah, I specifically recall one of my colleagues, who's a Vietnam veteran, saying that his son served in Afghanistan as a Vietnam veteran, seeing the fall of Saigon, was heartbreaking, was shameful, and didn't want to see the same thing happen to his son's war in Afghanistan. And I recall saying to you that while we still had time, because we were specifically focused on the SIV backlog, right? So it wasn't an evacuation, it was just expediting those visas so that people who already had passports could get that visa and get out in a controlled, slow process. But I said, when the security situation deteriorated and movement was impossible from outside of Kabul to get to Kabul for the folks in Herat, Kandahar, Mazar, Kunduz, Jalalabad, that time would come. And also when the security situation within Kabul deteriorated, we would be focusing, rightly so, on evacuating American citizens. And so we needed to focus while we still had time on the people who we could get out then. I know the assumption was that we had more time, but we can't go back and change the mistakes of the past. We cannot make those wrongs right, but we can make sure we don't further compound that with some of the folks who are still in Afghanistan, not only American citizens, permanent residents, but our loyal Afghan allies. And on that note, I wanted to read what a friend of mine, a former military interpreter, I'll call him Nasir for his family's safety, he had received death threats from the Taliban, and we were able to get him through the gates at HKIA. He is currently in the United States. I'm grateful that he is safe. We were not able to get his wife and young son out. They're still in Kabul. The crowds, as I'm sure you're aware, were very dangerous and hard to get women and children through. He said to me, "Dear brother, sorry for bothering you, and I wanted to let you know that my wife and son, who are left in Kabul, are in a very difficult situation of security and economically.
They are crying, and they don't have exact accommodations to stay for a long time, and they are hiding. Kindly and please help me in this regard to save the life of my wife and my son. My wife and my son are in a critical situation and at high risk and feeling very, very unsafe. I am lost here and don't know what to do. My wife every day calls me and says that I left them on fire, which I can't tolerate. Please save my wife and son. What are we doing to save Nasir's wife and son?
Congressman, we're working to evacuate not just American citizens, but people who are applicants in the SIV program. There's a number of SIV holders that we're trying to put on flights in the near future. I would like to follow up with you or your office about your contact's case and see whether there's anything particular that we can do.
We will, and I appreciate that. And I know some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have expressed this. We've been able to get individual cases expedited and highlighted. I'm grateful that we could potentially do that for Nasir's wife and son, but there are thousands of others, and it should not be dependent on them knowing personally. I mean, I've worked with Nasir for a year and a half, knowing personally these folks in order to get them and their families to safety. So I implore you, we need to move fast. I know there are limitations on what we can do. In Nasir's wife and son's case, they just have their Tazkeras. They don't have Afghan passports. You can't get an Afghan passport in Kabul if you don't already have one. And if the requirement is that there needs to be a State Department personnel there, what can we do to make sure that we're not waiting until we reestablish formal relations, whatever time in the future when whatever task force is finally established?
We are working with some airlines that are willing to fly into Kabul airport and getting people out on those planes using representatives of those airlines. We don't do it with American officials in Kabul. We're able to do it now.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Sarah Jacobs of California, who's the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy Secretary, for being here. I first just want to talk a little bit about SIVs. I know a lot of my colleagues have brought it up here today. Is it true that when the Biden administration took over, there was a 17,000 person backlog of SIVs, and that from February 2020, virtually no SIVs were being processed by the Trump administration?
I think it's since March of 2020, primarily because of COVID. But that's correct. The program was in a stall.
Okay, thank you. I just want to bring that up because my colleagues have now suddenly become very interested in SIVs, and yet under the Trump administration and under Stephen Miller's guidance, several sources told CNN that the Trump administration was purposefully slow-walking the entry of all refugees, including allies who aided American soldiers in Afghanistan. So I would hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are also looking at the former administration for why this was such an issue. I'd like to move on now. As you know, I have long been a strong advocate for ensuring the timely selection of the Global Fragility Act countries and hope to see an announcement soon. While selecting the countries and devising the corresponding strategies is just the first step, implementation will be entirely different. So I was wondering how the department plans to utilize the resources, authorities, and tools provided by the GFA to coordinate an effective strategy in each of these countries, and what else state would need from Congress to be successful in that.
Yeah, thank you, Congresswoman. We've been working through the question of which countries would be first for assistance under the Act, and we actually do have decisions. So I think we should be briefing this committee and other committees very soon on that.
Can't wait. How about the implementation?
Well, we see this as a very promising program that gives us a significant amount of flexibility that will empower post-leadership to have it really delivered in the field, led and guided by Chiefs of Mission and USAID mission director. So we're excited about the possibilities of this, recognizing that we don't have limitless resources, so we have tried to focus them on just a handful of countries.
Got it. Well, thank you, and I look forward to working together to make sure that it's implemented well and that we're giving you what you need to be successful there. The Conflict and Stabilization Operations Bureau is tasked with anticipating, preventing, and responding to conflict that undermines U.S. national security, including monitoring and analyzing conflicts across the globe. I used to work in that bureau, along with your staff member who's sitting right behind you. I wanted to ask you how the rest of the department utilizes that analysis in both a prevention capacity and during regarding active conflicts, what gaps the department still currently has in its ability to analyze, prevent, and respond to conflict, and how can Congress work together with the department to fill these gaps either through CSO or through other avenues?
So the CSO has been very involved in the work and thinking about how to use the Global Fragility Act. That's point one. Point two, they coordinate with the regional bureaus when they're seeing concerns of conflict, where the tools and analysis that they bring to bear can maybe make a difference. The person we've nominated to run that bureau is a former colleague of mine from DoD who's very capable in this world. She had a similar job working on humanitarian issues at the Department of Defense with me. Unfortunately, she's awaiting confirmation, so like dozens of other people, so I'm looking forward to her coming in and really taking a fresh look at how CSO does its work.
Well, thank you, and you're in good company here, blaming the Senate for things not moving. Lastly, we know that the department's generally more accustomed to being reactive than proactive. I was wondering how the department can take a more proactive approach. We know some of this is structural, long approval processes, months-long reviews, slow M&E, waiting on cables and clearances. I have personal experience. I know the Policy Ideas channel and Dissent channel are being reimagined, and that's all great. But in a perfect world, what would be truly needed to make the department more forward-looking and proactive?
Congresswoman, I'd welcome your advice on this since you have experience in the department, probably longer than mine. But I think it's really about empowering people and giving a signal to the bureaus that they need to be creative and push ideas up. It can't be top-down. It can't be coming just from the NSC. It has to be a whole-of-department effort to work on creative and innovative strategies. And I think in administrations past, not just the previous one, there's occasionally been a tendency to stifle that creativity, and we need to send a message that we have their back if they take creative measures, and that we will support their work. So it's a cultural, it's a leadership thing.
Well, thank you, and I'll look forward to working with you on that. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Young Kim of California, who's the vice-ranking member of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. You've been patient. We're coming to the end of our hearing here, but I would be also remiss if I didn't raise the issue of Afghanistan and the evacuation process, because during September's Afghanistan hearing with Secretary Blinken, I also raised the issue of Syed Obaidullah Amin. He is an Afghan ally who served and risked his life serving with the U.S. forces. And despite having a SIV pending P1, P2 applications, he was abandoned during that the evacuation process. He and his wife was very close to being rescued, but he was killed in the Kabul airport attack, desperately trying to get to safety and leaving two of his young sons orphans right now. And these are the two orphan sons that my office has been working tirelessly to try to help them out. And in that September hearing, I asked Secretary Blinken, and he assured me that he would do everything he could to get his children out. But they still remain in Afghanistan, and our contacts at the State Department have stopped responding to our emails on this particular case. And I'm sure you guys have a lot of cases pending and working on, but this is very, very important to us. And I also raised the issue of private evacuation operations not receiving timely help from the State Department. You know, publicly, we have been assured the cooperation, but privately, we've been ignored and we've been shut down. The failure of your department's leadership to manage this chaos tarnishes the credibility and honor of our country. And I demand your department to re-engage with our Congress beyond those weekly briefing calls to immediately resolve these pending cases. And separately, I want to focus on the State Department's handling of North Korea. Despite receiving pledges from Secretary Blinken in person when he came before our committee in early March time, that was 8 months ago. There has been no progress on appointing a special envoy on North Korea human rights issues. This position, as you know, has been vacant since 2017, a position that was created through the 2004 North Korea human rights legislation. And that vacancy hinders our ability to engage with North Korea. So why has the Biden administration and the State Department stalled the appointment, and can you commit to us right now, at this point, that you'll be working on appointing a special envoy before the end of this year?
I can commit that we intend to fill that position. I will have to check on the timeline of selecting someone. I don't know if this is something.
This has been going on since the early part of this year, and I'm sure within your own department you have your meetings, and I'm sure Secretary Blinken might have mentioned this. So would you kindly tell us what's going on within your department and what kind of conversation is taking place regarding this?
I know this is one of the positions that's still vacant that we very much intend to fill.
I just am asking, this is so important, I just need your quick, clear answer on this, that you will go back and talk to Secretary Blinken and raise this issue again.
Congresswoman, I will check the status on it this afternoon or tomorrow.
Reclaiming my time, you know, I also want to raise the issue of Special Representative for North Korea. It's related. This position is currently dual-headed by our good friend, Ambassador Sung Kim. But he's also serving in the capacity as an ambassador to Indonesia. North Korea is a serious security threat that requires our undivided attention, especially given their recent missile test. So why was the decision made to devote only half of an ambassador's time to North Korea as a principal, and how can the special representative be expected to effectively balance the obligations to both Indonesia and North Korea?
As you know, Ambassador Sung Kim is a very capable diplomat, one of our senior-most officers who's worked these issues before. He was the ambassador to the Republic of Korea, and I think he served previously.
I know he's very capable because I know Sung Kim, I consider him as a friend, but given the strategic importance, I think Indonesia deserves a full-time ambassador, which Sung Kim is capable of. But I also believe, given the situation that we have in the Korean Peninsula, we deserve a full-time ambassador or special envoy to devote his or her time to the North Korea human rights issues, which is why I'm asking for your commitment that we can have this position filled.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Brad Schneider of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for having this hearing. Mr. McKeon, thank you for your patience, your persistence, and the work you do. We've covered a wide variety, a broad set of very complex issues today, all significant and all important to our nation. This was not a hearing on Afghanistan, but there were many valid concerns raised here and important questions that I do believe we need answers to. I know we've had hearings in this committee on Afghanistan, and I'm confident that we will have future hearings to fully understand what happened and where we need to go. I also want to touch a bit on what was talked about with Israel, specifically Jerusalem. And again, it's not in your purview, but I think it's important to reiterate our position. Congress has many times, including in the Jerusalem Embassy Act, stated our position, and I'll read it from the Act. Jerusalem should remain an undivided city in which the rights of every ethnic and religious group are protected. And that's something I know that I and my colleagues are committed to. Let me shift gears a little bit. And as you noted in your testimony, talking about climate change, and I think it's worthy of recognizing the State Department's remarkable public servants and their dedication to addressing climate change. I want to touch on how it's being institutionalized into the department. Personally, I believe, from our part, we should make climate change a significant area of jurisdiction for every single committee. It needs a whole-of-government response. And I was impressed with the breadth of the State Department's operational considerations in his plans, from how to enhance climate literacy within the department workforce to its assessment of climate-associated vulnerability for diplomatic facilities abroad. I think the plan demonstrates how the department is thinking about its operations in a world increasingly impacted by the consequences of climate change. I also want to make sure that the department is giving due consideration to the impact climate change will have on its mission. It will increase severe weather events like hurricanes, droughts and flooding, all of these challenges that could exacerbate regional conflict, drive migration, and cause famine in places around the world, as well as directly impacting the diplomatic landscape in which the Department of State operates. In the same way that State is working to institutionalize its climate resiliency plan, how can we institutionalize climate as an increasingly relevant variable in our international relations?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. It's an important question in terms of where you started, in terms of institutionalizing it within the department. Several months ago, early in my tenure, we had a meeting with Special Envoy Kerry with all the leaders of the regional bureaus to make it clear this should not be siloed within his work, but it was needed to be integrated into all the work that the regional bureaus were doing. And we're also seeking to have officers in each of the bureaus focused on climate, but also in key posts around the world. But more broadly, obviously, you've hit the nail on the head. Climate change is going to have significant impact on agricultural production, livability of places that are near water. It's going to spur migration. It's going to spur greater conflict. So it's not just our department, but the intelligence community, the Defense Department is very focused on what will be the long-range impacts of climate and how it will affect our international security.
Great, thank you. And even looking beyond that, as you're looking at, and you've touched on this in other answers, and as we're looking at personnel, making sure that we have the skill sets and understanding. I know my colleagues were talking about STEM skills.
I'll very quickly interrupt you. We're looking at, in connection with this, having a special school within the Foreign Service Institute to think about how to train diplomats on climate and diplomacy.
Oh, fantastic. Let me shift gears again. We're getting calls from so many people trying to get their passports and visas, whether they're traveling from the United States or seeking to come here. The uptick obviously has led to challenges. I know you've said you've surged capacity, but can you go a little bit deeper on what's fair as far as expectations of service levels? At one point, standard timing was 18 weeks, and expedited timing was 12 weeks.
Right now, I think our standard time for a routine passport is about 8 weeks and five weeks for expedited. But that does not include mailing time at the front or back end. That's not in our control. That's the U.S. Postal Service.
I understand that, but the part that you can control, any help we can get would be greatly appreciated. And let me just conclude by acknowledging the incredible efforts and extraordinary work of the department and the people, the public servants who serve across administrations, serving the interests of our nation, protecting us by being out there representing us, and so I'm very grateful. And before I close, Mr. Chairman, if I can, associate myself with the words of my colleague from Texas, talking about decorum. I too talk to young people all the time, and so if you want to see how Congress works and works well, watch C-SPAN, but in particular watch the Foreign Affairs Committee, because we have a long history of working together. And I think decorum matters. We can ask hard questions, difficult questions, challenging questions. We can take issue with the answers, and that should not be a problem. But I think what has distinguished this committee for my entire time on the committee has been the respect we have for each other and the people who come and present before us. And so, Mr. Chairman, it may be worthwhile just to remind the committee of the importance of decorum. And with that, I'll yield to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schneider. I will indeed take the opportunity to remind all members of the committee to observe the principles of decorum and courtesy in debate in the House of Representatives and in its committees. I ask that members refrain from using explicitives or foul language or disrespect our witnesses. And I welcome, a healthy and lively debate. So I would ask members to observe decorum while they do so. And I'm sure that the ranking member would also agree with me, and I will make sure that we bring this up again at the next time that we hold a committee hearing.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. In closing, let me thank Deputy Secretary McKeon for his testimony today and for his ongoing work to respond to the many management challenges at the State Department. I also need to take this moment to correct the record on some of the assertions made by my colleagues on the other side. To be clear, this committee will continue its oversight of Afghanistan policy, including the events of the last 20 days in August. But any good faith assessment must include an evaluation of the former president, Donald Trump's February 2020 agreement with the Taliban and the impact the agreement had inside Afghanistan. This was a so-called peace deal that forced the Afghan government to release 5,000 prisoners, as Mr. Malinowski has said. This was a deal that allowed the Taliban to continue to attack the Afghan government. This was a deal that fundamentally altered the political power dynamic in the country. And if we're being honest, we must acknowledge that there is a direct line between Trump's deal with the Taliban and the events of August 2021. And as indicated by some of my colleagues on my side of the aisle, I do wonder where my colleagues on the Republican parties, where their outrage was during the debacle that Trump's peace deal, that was Trump's peace deal. I also want to address the claims by my colleagues accusing the State Department of stonewalling Congress. What I find ironic is that members on their side of the aisle, at the same time, citing briefings that the State Department has provided for this committee and is regularly providing to our staffs. Members of this committee or our staffs have been invited to participate in more than 40 different hearings or briefings with the administration, NGOs, and former government officials since January alone. This is the exact opposite of the previous administration, where Secretary Pompeo refused to brief members of this committee on the Trump administration's negotiation with the Taliban. Further, on the issue of the Afghanistan evacuation, the State Department is responsible for recommending the evacuation, but it is the Department of Defense that executes the non-combatant evacuation operation, or NEO, which is what occurred in Afghanistan. So I'm disappointed that several of my colleagues on the other side would offer misleading statements about the evacuation. And I know I would have welcomed more of our GOP colleagues joining us in this oversight effort during the previous administration, but they didn't. Today's hearing and the range of issues we've discussed underscores how expansive the State Department's responsibilities are and how much work there is left to be done in reforming and modernizing the state's operations. These are critical challenges that we must tackle head-on if the state is to remain the premier foreign affairs agency on the globe. So whether it's addressing the decades of institutional discrimination within the department, solving the visa and passport backlog caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, or responding swiftly to today's modern challenges like the anonymous health incidents and cyber threats, Congress must work closely with the administration to institute reforms and better improve states' organizational structure and tools. So with that, again, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.